Jin, how are you going to interrupt?
I didn't even unmute myself. I let those degenerates handle it. What's up? We're the other describe. We're back. We got a little friend down here. We got good old Viddy, Jake, whatever you want to call him. Nice a guest for the next few weeks. Only a few weeks.
Yep. only the next couple weeks.
Isn't that right,
yes.
Nate? How's your guest spot going for the past 3 weeks?
0 out of 10. Would not recommend.
Damn.
Last we left.
Because it doesn't stay as a guest spot. Permanent spots, 11 out of 10. Would eat with rice.
Okay.
I have much to learn. Yes.
Rice is good.
Okay, so welcome back. How you doing? We're on episode 72. Jeez, long campaign. Last we left off, the party had started messing around in Alexandria a little bit more, poking their nose where it doesn't quite belong, and getting involved in intricate inter-house affairs between various assets acquired by each of the great noble houses. By assets, I mean people, and by people, I mean Calisinder's best friend. All throughout that, though, there was, before that, an incident as a infernal rift opened in the world below. Zamani, unless you so wish to contradict everything I said, do you wish to step through it? And, how are we
I mean, I wasn't here at the time, so, you know, I assume I had to.
So, you step through the ever familiar infernal embrace, making your way, look, it's directly into camera, into a Cirrus. Great show. And the tense air greets you first. It's not somewhere that you're completely unfamiliar with. However, it's been quite some time since you've been here. There's an innate sense of perhaps stress or panic. You see, the Lord of Decay kind of doesn't quite even acknowledge you as you walk through, but speaks to us. Well, Zamani, it's good to see you show up. Please, come take a seat, as he's taking off his jacket, folds it, and puts it across his chair. He walks away with a small little carton, uncorks a few bottles, pours himself a drink. Would you like one?
No, I think I'm good, actually.
Sure. Have a seat.
Redecorated?
Busy. Haven't had a chance to really decide what I want to do with the place. But we're all up to many sorts of things, aren't we? You've been quite busy yourself.
It would be a lie to say I wasn't.
He clicks his fingers, and you feel like a flood of information come back to your mind. Your infernal contract.
Is this different from the thing that you sent me? Or
It's
is
the
that
same.
Okay.
That is your infernal contract.
Why does it get taken? And
To stop meddlesome gods from trying to pry into my affairs.
That's fair, I guess. Although it didn't really seem to hold super.
No, not quite. But there's consequences for such things. Clause 5, Part 2. Should the warlock attempt to evade their obligations, deceive the devil, or breach any terms of this contract, the devil shall have the right to take immediate possession of the warlock's soul and inflict eternal suffering upon them. You see, I couldn't have done that if you did not walk through the portal. You've very, very carefully crafted something that makes it so I can't just pull you to me at will. It doesn't mean I can't have access to you, and it doesn't mean that the legal right to your soul is mine. Yes, you have it for your mortal life. Correct. I applaud you. I really do. This is farther than anyone's gotten trying to worm their way out of one of my contracts. So, for that, I toast to you.
Well, it wasn't necessarily the part of your contract that I was really trying to get away from at the time. I was, in the short term, trying to get away from disintegration. And in the long term, kind of thought I was. You said to live for myself.
I did. You've done well. Don't get me wrong, I'm more impressed than I am annoyed. I appreciate the initiative. I appreciate that you have been doing as I asked and living for yourself. There were many who tried things like you, many who failed, many who are insects among the swamp of Shizgara. So,
Turned out
I
pretty well.
have been, I suppose, assessing the possibility of you lately. It's probably why you've noticed some of your little friends gone missing. Extracting all the bits of information I can from them about you, your travels, anything I may have missed or overlooked. All up, I must say, you've done quite well under our contract. But I do have this innate sense that you're still going to look for a way out of it. You seem to have contracted some innate yearning for your eternal soul.
I have. I'd never thought about the other hand, the other part of what you said. To live for myself requires me to make connections to others, and making connections to others makes me want to stay with them.
That is fair. I don't perhaps have the same connections. And I don't mean to dispute your natural life, your standard endpoint. You may live your life as you wish. The eternal soul is always the most valuable part of any contract.
What happens? Because I've seen what happens with disintegration, and that's not something I necessarily am down for.
You think me quite so barbaric?
No, I don't, but I do think you quite crafty.
Quite crafty is correct. That depends on a person-to-person basis what happens with their soul. If I were a more mentally twisted regent, I perhaps would entrap you in a painting for all eternity if I saw so fit. If you had scorned me, extremely, not minorly, I could never floor someone for trying to get their soul back. I think that's the nature of mortality, fearing the eternal. You would end up as one of the lesser imps or fiends in my swamp. Perhaps a swarm of infernal insects, if I saw so fit. A foot soldier against my war against Silelia, if I saw so fit. But you're not just a mere farmer looking for better harvest or a cure for an ailment for their child, although you do innately care for something for your child.
No, absolutely.
Your soul everlasting. I suppose it currently is indeterminate based on your next actions, on how we proceed. I'd very much so like for you to, I suppose, keep your mortal shell and act as an agent of mine. You've shown ingenuity and utility beyond that of a foot soldier. I've always worked from the shadows, you know this. We all know this in Osiris. I very rarely fight open warfare. Until I'm forced. Forced I have been against Silelia. But that is a minor matter. I have the backing of the other regents for that. your eternal soul could prove useful. Jobs that are needed when they are needed. What afterlife had you... I do beg my pardon. Am I stepping on some plans of your predetermined afterlife that you had looked forward to?
I don't necessarily know what I had looked forward to be honest. The problem is that mortals, as you say, are always yearning for things, and I finally found a thing that I want. I just don't know how that works in the long run.
I brought you here for a
Especially-
discussion, so ask your questions.
I assume that when I die, if you have my soul, I don't know where my soul technically. I know I have it, but I don't know what happens when I die with it right now. If it just stays in the spindle forever. But
It does not. There is a goddess of afterlife who ferries souls to their destined dominion.
true, but I don't know where she would take me at this point.
To me.
Okay, I wasn't sure how things work because, yeah. Anyways,
I know.
that is understood.
The best thing that spindle does is it stops me from ending your... or pulling your life here willy-nilly. Like the way the Lord of Disintegration used to summon you barbaric and crude.
Yes.
Not a method I would deign to use unless of severe importance.
I enjoyed working. I would like to continue working with you. But I would also like more assurance, information, guarantees for getting to stay with a family that I've built for as long as I can. And you talk of being more than simply a foot soldier, but I don't know what that means in terms of your plans. But I assume that means whatever works best for you given the time.
Correct.
But I worry with what works best for you given the time could be the worst for me.
Kind of ponders for a second. Rolls up his sleeves a little bit and... You're still concerned for these things, and that's all right. Of course, whatever suits me is what's going to suit me.
Of course.
I wouldn't share my plans. And I assure you there are plans within plans within plans.
You wouldn't be you if you didn't have them.
No. Your first concern of an assurance that I can't take you from your family that you've built, unnaturally timed or otherwise. It is my bitter words that say my brother has managed to rend that pleasure from me. As I said, you could have chose not to step through that portal. And shinier ascending the Nahajad after your other warlocks, I would not be able to just pull you through any longer.
Yes, but if I hadn't stepped through that portal, you could have taken my warlock powers and I wouldn't have been able to help anybody or anything.
No, I cannot. Not willingly break the contract without mutually agreeing in writing unless you break the terms. Clause 5, termination and consequences. Part 1, the contract may not be terminated by either party before the terms stated in Clause 3 are fulfilled unless both parties mutually agree in writing. And as long as you innately, obligations and assassinations, the warlock shall undertake a total of 100 assassinations as designated by the devil. These assassinations shall be performed using the power granted by the devil and shall be executed within a specified time limit assigned to each target as they are given. Unless you are to kill the 100 targets I set you out for, your powers are yours. I have merely given you less than 10 contacts to take out for me. So no, I cannot just rend the powers from you, otherwise I would be in breach of contract in a serious as well, and I assure you, as masterful as I am in the courts on Drago, I do not so wish to kneel before the Lord Regent and explain my contracts. I don't doubt I could worm my way through it, but I am straightforward with it. I cannot take it. Not so easily. Not unless you wish to sign it away in writing there right now. And I assure you, I do not.
Then what is it that you do want right now?
I wish to open up a conversation, dear Zamani. I could operate still within the confines of the original contract set out, but that bores me. You have proven needing amendments, so to speak. I offer greater chance, greater power, greater freedom. All I ask is loyalty, unyielding, trust, unfaltering. I have never, so far, done anything to harm you. Put you in harm's way, yes, countless times. And I will do so again. There are still 90 more people I could send you after. But you see, the contract also stipulates that after the 100 assassinations are done, you are free from the contract. And we both know, you and I was never going to give you the 100th target.
It's not.
I've been learning lots from Locke and Ool as you've, well, coined Locke, I suppose is a funny term.
He works as one.
Exactly.
It's a good name.
You care dearly for some few things. You, for a time, were meant to lay your hands upon one of the shards, although I don't think that's a strain of force I could make you do any longer. I don't think unless I took it by force, I could make you. So we can drop that. I don't mind that. I can turn my eyes to other affairs rather than your betrothed. Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
Your betrothed deity. But you now wish to strike against a god. Brazen.
Yes. Yes. Well, Samael seemed more like us than I expected.
It's interesting. It's interesting. He is different than a lot of the Ascended in regards to approach on how he handles things. You once sat before me and I asked you what you wanted and you nary an answer for me. And now I imagine I could ask you that and you may be paralyzed by the numerous options of the things you do want.
Or I would just list all of them.
I'll make you an offer once. No more. I'm not the type to ask twice for something. I have discussed with advisors what it is that you may want most. What may seal your loyalty and fealty to me. I offer this change to your contract. eternal after your natural end. I assure you 3 things. Firstly, should you perish, your soul shall go back to your body until the time where it has come that you have killed this god. As long as there is a body to return to, of course. You will find death merely a delay, a short-term issue, easily overcome. Secondly, 12 souls intermingled into one body shall become 12 souls with 12 bodies. Your children can live as they so were fit to originally before the interference of a mad wizard. They can each have their own. Their soul will not be linked to me. Their price for their life, age, maturity, a proper chance at life, in exchange for your eternal servitude. Thirdly, knowledge on how to wage war against the gods.
It is quite the offer. You still have not answered what happens after, though.
You are mine to command, an agent to work at my disposal. Assassinations, diplomatic meetings, whatever the situation calls for. Assassinations, contract killings, a dinner companion, whatever the mood strikes. You are a servant in my infernal court. Your alternative is to stay locked within the contract that you currently are.
Yes, so
No
it's
added
amazing.
benefits.
You offer things that are absolutely amazing. I will not pretend like I don't want your contract. I would like to speak with Zelly and the children before I accept, though, because it does change their entire arrangement, and I want to make sure that I need to know how they feel.
I assure you, it is what they want. I won't offer this contract again. It is good, as you have said yourself. You must decide before you leave.
Let's decide.
Do not look a beneficial arrangement purely for you and turn it down. I suggest I do not show such mercy and generosity often, Simone.
I do understand that. That's not what I'm attempting to do right now. I was simply trying to be better. Instead of making decisions for others that would greatly impact their lives, I've tried talking to them more recently. That's all I was wanting to do.
I can tell you the alternative if you'd like. If you so need.
I assume you just mean the normal ending that would happen with the current contract.
No, I mean the current ending that your children are hurtling down at a breakneck pace towards.
Sure.
There's too much magic in one body. It will not sustain forever. It will not sustain much longer.
Makes sense. I mean, I think you've known that from the moment that I stepped through that door that I would be accepting your new contract regardless. there's not really much I can do on that front.
Quite the contrary, you can deny if you so wish.
I
If you
can,
wish
and then I
to.
will become a swarm of bugs in the rest of the future.
A potential outcome, yes. But you would have the rest of your mortal life to try and find a way out of it. That is what I'm trying to dissuade. I don't need
Why?
someone. It would be bothersome to send people after you. A great deal of resources to try and take you by force. I think this is what I'm offering. Less demanding on my network.
Especially in the middle of war. But you do have backers for that.
Correct.
And why is it that I'm not allowed time to think it over?
Because I want a decision now. I am being generous enough giving you this option now. I don't want you running
Yes.
off to my brother to find some other loophole. He
There's
is
the real
an
answer.
intelligent man.
He is an intelligent man. Des, having problems.
I don't doubt it.
Damn it.
Too many options, too many viable choices.
There's way too many viable options and choices.
Yeah, that's why
It's
he's
like-
saying decision now.
No, I know, which is what, because like for me as a player, like I just want time to walk away because the money absolutely wants to consider her options. And I want to see what Cersei has to say.
Yeah, that's what he does not want to happen.
Hmm. Yeah, decisions are fun.
You have at your disposal and behest currently a saint, a minor god in my brother, and perhaps an eldritch god old and powerful, coming back soon. I don't want you looking for other options. I'm
Why
trying
don't
to
you
lead
look?
with the carrot. Don't make me swap to the stick.
You say that, and so I will kind of lean forward a little bit. You say I have all of these these very impressive options. But you want to lead with carrot, not with a stick, because it would be a pain to have to send others after me.
It would be.
For the first time, I think you're nervous.
You're correct. But you know what helps shores up my nerves when I need to? You see he clicks his fingers and the portal that you walk through disappears completely. You're here now. I don't need to
Yeah.
send people after you now. If I want to take you now, I could.
Yes.
You walked in here willingly. You've already
did.
broken the contract. By my right, I can take possession of your soul and inflict eternal suffering upon it, if I so wish.
Question as player to Des, because
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Did Zamani actually break the contract?
You attempted to
I don't
evade,
think-
deceive, or breach. You tried to get your soul back.
Would taking, because like he didn't really, I don't know what the actual original like contract was, so I don't know if just her holding onto her soul while she's alive technically counts as a break of that contract.
If you want to try and dispute it with him, you can.
No, I want to try to ask you because Zamani now has information regarding her contract on if that is actually a break in it.
It would be a break. Getting your
It
soul
would be,
back
okay.
was in his possession to be traded freely with other people. He couldn't trade you now any longer if he needed to.
Okay. Yes, but it wasn't in his possession anymore. It was in disintegrations, and that's when she got it back.
He got.
So it still counts as a break, even though wasn't the one who had it.
He has the contract back. He did still get that contract in the deal with the
Okay,
disintegration.
so it wasn't her soul that got transferred. It was the contract over her soul that got transferred.
Yes.
Okay, I always thought that it was her soul. Okay, God.
No, your soul was intrinsically linked to that. So when you took your soul off the contract, all the ability to trade it, swap it, like there's a little bit in Zamani that's like you're in a lot of trouble right now because you're basically you're locked to his character now. You are stuck to him. He can't bargain with you. He can't trade this. His contract has become frustrating since you have your own soul in your hands. Oh,
We lost Betty. Rest in pieces.
dang.
Rest in peace.
Flip my PC off with my foot.
Nice.
That is a good start.
Bit in
Yeah.
peace.
Oh, Vinny.
Oof.
Vid in peace. Wow.
Yeah.
Dude, I love how me and you were talking about this before today, and you're like, "Yep, he's gonna summon you." I'm like, "Okay, cool." Not even me even realizing that I could have said no.
Mm.
Pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Thanks.
The- Devils always win. What can I say? We'll throw up a quick intermission screen while we get video back, okay?
Yeah.
See you all in a few minutes. Definitely our first planned break of the night. We're back. So, Zamani, as he swirls his drink and looks at you, just eyes burning through yours.
So when I die, I become a permanent resident of Osiris, and the level of autonomy I have now goes away, I assume. Or is that incorrect?
No, I would see you live in a lap of luxury in Osiris if you work for me.
Mm-hmm.
You could roam any of the regions you so wish, acting as one of my ambassadors when needed, enforcers when required. You could have a luxurious manor in Mix Magar among the lava-empowered steam that gets throughout the world. You could have I'll admit it, a acquired taste tower in Shiskara, similar to mine own. I would not see you live in squalor. You have always been an extension of me, and if you were to live poorly, that would look poorly upon me.
Yes. I guess what I mean by that when I asked that you did assuage some of my worries. But like with how we are now, like I still have the autonomy to choose where I go when not, I guess, on a job per se. Does that balance change after I die?
No,
Is
in
it
fact,
just-
you would become stronger than you ever were in a mortal life. Infernal, devil, similar. You would even be
Do I
able to
s-
grant minor contracts to smaller beings if you so wish to empower yourself.
Do I have the ability to? I guess it would just. My brain's died. What's like the normal realm called?
Quintus.
No, okay, is it just Quinthos? It's not like any other name. Okay,
No.
I wasn't sure. The plane of normalness.
Prime material.
Prime material. Okay. And my ability to visit the prime material.
You would need to have power to do that. Going to
You
the
just
prime
said I would.
material. You could visit upon occasion. It would be difficult. You would need power, as I said, but you would have access to pathways to gain power. It could be rewards for various deeds done for me. I could open pathways to the material realm. Most minor devils struggle with it immensely. They make mock cults to help gain power. They make smaller bargains to influence it. But a regent, that is where power truly lies.
Is that what you want?
I want many a great things, Imani. I have achieved many a great things. You'd once told me that you had wanted to see the Lord of Disintegration damned, so to speak.
I still do.
There are people who I would like to have atop that regency. Taking down the Lord of Disintegration. I, of course, as a regent, could never move openly against another regent. Hells forbid. But a rogue agent, upon occasion, does slip through one's grasp. My border is
Understandable.
tense. The Lord of the Thicket, very grateful to me, very easily swayed. The problem could just disappear. And I would have good time suggesting who should take that throne in the regency of Unilvis. I think it would be beneficial for all of us, Sirius, and those on the prime material realm if the Lord of Disintegration was someone a little less crass.
Crass is putting it nicely. I appreciate the decorum. I believe I have something that may aid you in that. You've taught me never to give anything away for free.
I think it would be quite curious if you have something that I do not.
A name.
A name? Pray tell of
Name.
who?
Oh, absolutely. Well, my question is because I assume as soon as you get this contract, you could just. I mean, I guess technically you could get me to tell you now.
I could, but it
That's
would
no
be a messy
fun.
involvement of severing it and turning you into a lesser devil.
And that would be no fun.
It would be messy.
Oh, so it would be fun. Got it. No, we've been a great many places with lost knowledge.
I've seen you there. I've seen through your eyes when you went places. I've seen some of the things that Uhl and Locke had seen.
They've seen a great deal. Sorry about some of those.
I'm not always watching.
I believe we only have part of his name though, right? Or am I mistaken?
Yes.
It's been a minute. I would
think
have to
it's
go all
just
the way
part
back
of
through
it.
my name. Like I think we just have like his first name or something.
Yeah,
Let me check.
which is Veron.
Yeah, it's part of the name. It's not the full name.
His second name
Yeah.
is Bugatti.
No, that's I don't.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
That's all that I managed to get from the library when we went there.
That was correct.
I don't believe it's a full name, but some is still better than none. And I know how guarded the regents are with their personal information.
That is one way of putting it.
Names have power, especially down here.
This is quaint where you're going with this, but please continue.
I'm asking. I mean, do you already have the information that I'm bringing up right now?
When the Ashen Lord, waged war upon the previous Lord of the Thicket, we managed to storm, with my plans, the infernal castle on Dragor. As he then recites 7 names in quick unison, all of which just blur in your mind and are nonsensical. You cannot make sense of. as he recites the names of
He
the
has
7
everyone's
regions.
name. That's so cool. Okay, wait, he's so spicy. Anyways.
You're like,
Oh, well, never mind then.
but I do
Not
applaud
really.
you for trying to learn it. That is interesting. As you hear when I say them, they do not translate through my lips, but I do know them. It is difficult. I cannot pass them on to others. So the fact that you already know a part is it's handy. I was right to bring this to you. You learned
Well,
this in the world below the archives.
Which do you think?
My guess is the archives.
I assume you would like to do something with this knowledge of where it was.
I already have the knowledge.
Well, no. I don't mean the knowledge of the name. I mean the knowledge of the location of where the name was found for others to find.
That is meddlesome.
It's a big place. Quintos. Yes, I simply bring it up to offer that, one, to help prove that I can be actually helpful. 2, I was hoping to use it as a bit of a bargaining chip for maybe a little bit more freedoms. Because you gave me things, you told me to love, and I found many that I do. And now I'm loath to potentially give them up.
Not asking
Working
you
for
to
you has
give any
never
of
been
them
that
up.
fun. No, but you're telling me of a slightly obscure thing that happens after we kill the, or I was going to say after I die, but you just said that that would be fixed. After we kill a Zephyrkin.
You'll have your mortal life to live.
Yes, but then it will end eventually, and then everything will change all of a sudden, and I'm worried about what happens then. So how do you see things of extending people's material lives? Does that count as a breaking of the contract? Because I know that the world below is already attempting to do that for me, because elves live incredibly long.
I am ancient.
Yes.
I don't mind a weight of an elven lifespan. In the end, I always get what I am due.
I just want to make sure I'm here now, so I basically have to do this. So I'm just kind of stalling a little bit, but also trying to get as much information as I possibly
No, it's
can.
entertaining. It's
Well, at least it's that. I'd hate to get boring and redundant.
You've never been boring or redundant.
Kind of. I like the way that you do things. I just also know how easy it is to trade pawns away. And I don't want that to happen again. I know that it was my fault back then, but it might not be in the future. You can guarantee me this wonderfully luxurious life all you'd like. But if you need to trade it away, and then suddenly it's all gone.
I cannot trade you any longer, thanks to that little spindle.
I'm talking about after I die and have to come here. Does it stay? I don't.
No, it would not stay past that point. I find it quite amusing that you think I would trade you if you were such a valuable asset indebted to me so much at that point.
I guess it depends on how big of a pickle you're in.
My dear, I only traded it because you begged me to. I never
did.
would. That Calasindir is intelligent. I will give him that. A dab hand at chess, I'm sure. But I never would have given you up, if not for a momentary weakness in wanting to see you thrive.
I don't think that's weakness. I just want to know how you actually felt.
I always knew I'd get you back, one way or another. As I said, I'm ancient. I always get what is mine.
I'm not missing something stupid, am I? Please, because I feel like I'm missing something stupid. And it's been bothering me for the past 3 days. And I hate it.
You know what? In this economy, it is very freeing to live somewhere rent-free.
Okay. I'm just gonna quickly just casually pull up my character sheet to make sure I don't have something that I need that's important that can help me. Cause God, I want to fucking talk to Xerxes right now so fucking badly. I hate.
It's okay, Jen. It'll all be fixed by throwing a single copper piece at him. Do it.
You do it.
No, I'm not there.
Dez is cackling. Should I be worried?
Yes, yes, you should.
Could I
This is
interest
what
you
it
in
will
perhaps
lead
Yes,
playing
this
a
is a moment
warlock
of
sometime,
concern.
Biddy?
Yeah, don't be.
You're
don't
like,
be
not
worried
after
for
seeing
yourself,
this
though.
shit, no.
It's a trap.
It is a trap. It's been a fun trap, but it's a trap. I don't think he's given me any. Stop it.
This is
Stop.
great.
That was a beautiful laugh.
Thank you.
that
I was
was
trying to do my
so
best
good.
evil laugh. Just
That was phenomenal. 10 out of 10.
All right, let's go. All of us. It's not long enough down.
I don't think
Jen is just mauling that she's not allowed to speak to Xerxes to like cross-reference.
I am.
She's
I'm
like, I want to run this
so
contract past my
pissed.
lawyers.
That's literally what she wants to do. That's literally what she wants.
Is there a
That's
stipulation
fine.
where you can ask for a lawyer?
No,
No.
he's already said that I can't leave until I accept or deny the contract.
Do you get a phone
No,
call?
no,
Is
you
that the
can leave,
contract?
but
Yeah.
he won't offer this again.
I want my phone call.
Quick, fall asleep and cast dream.
But the thing is it does you can't dream someone who's not sleeping.
Leave a message after the beep.
Exactly.
Because with the current contract, he's never going to give her the 100th target, so she'll never be free that way.
Unless you could find some way to force him to give you the 100th target. Unless you can find a loophole out of it.
Casting fucking Gaius on a.
How can you find a loophole in a
devil.
contract that you don't have any information on?
You don't know. You've got access to strong creatures, strong beings. But Zelly's life is limited
Yeah.
by the power that she has. It will eventually tear her asunder,
And he was being honest with me.
to the best of your knowledge. With your passive insight, yes.
My passive insight is garbage.
And his
Someone
passive
could tell me
deception
the
is
sky
amazing.
is fucking red, and I would believe it. I think it's like 10.
It
Oh,
is
11.
10.
My bad.
If you want, I can actively roll your insight. Yeah, nah.
Great. Lovely.
You got a 16.
He just rolled a 50.
I'm sorry. I've been mourning for all of the futures that could have been. Because I know that like if it comes down to like Zelly and the kids living or dying, she's absolutely going to accept this, like regardless of anything that would happen to her.
I mean, he's not going to kill Zelly and the kids. But
No,
he
he's
says
not,
Their
but
mortal
he-
life will come to an end shortly.
Yeah. And I don't know if there's anyone else who can fix that.
There's the person who made them. I'm just starting wrench in your brain after wrench.
I hate it.
But would Arthas even help?
You've
That's
seen
a
it.
wild one.
You've seen some of the magic in the world below as well. Potentially, there's something that could be researched.
Yeah, put them exactly under what Arellan had to go through.
I mean,
Yeah, that'd be
Arellan as
great.
well. He might be sympathetic. It's like similar background to him. He could want to help.
You know what, Raph?
like-
You're not there. This is for me
I mean,
to.
God,
This is
I
for me to
wish-
message
I
Jen's
wish
brain.
Galcindu was there.
Goddess of life on my hip, just saying.
I mean, not right now. You're in the host's tavern. We're busy.
Yeah, this is happening.
Yeah,
as Merc's
true.
making a choice. So Lelio's currently trying to blackmail you.
Oh god. I hated it.
I hate this. It's so hard. Des,
Just how hard is it?
I hate you.
Watch us next week. Cal has to make a choice with like 5 different options.
Cal only has one choice, and that's the guiding light. There is nothing else.
Yeah, sure.
He hasn't talked about what it actually changes in terms of the contracts for her. He's just like all he's done is told her the benefits.
He just told you that part of the contract stipulate that you will not look for any way out of it. And it will no longer be capped at 100 assassinations. It will just be sole eternal for him. You are basically his agent forever.
Why are you like this?
Me or the Lord Decay? Who are you saying this to?
Both.
You're playing the Lord of Decay.
Stop it.
This is a character of yours, Des.
Because if it
Joke's on you, I'm a character of the Lord of Decay.
Yeah,
He
that's more
transcends the
accurate.
TTRPG.
So I'm trying to think if she accepts now, is there still a way out? Because she wouldn't be able to find it, but if other people did.
That's basically him
it.
saying is perhaps your will or want to look for a way out will be taken.
Mm.
Whatever method, whether it's that you will not think of it or you will not want it, you will no longer be looking for a way out of this contract.
What would happen to her otherwise? Like if she was free from the contract, I don't know what would happen to her.
If you
after she
got
died.
free from all contracts,
Yeah.
afterlife, wherever you're meant to go. No ability to see anyone after death. No ability to make your way to the material realm.
Yeah.
Look, it could be Xerxes.
Eternal
Xerxes could play
peace.
a role.
Could be Xerxes. You never know. You don't know, and he doesn't want you to know.
I know he doesn't.
You
want
know
me
what,
to
Jen? These are the sort of questions you ask in the epilogue. What could have been?
Fuck you.
No saves coming this one.
Leaded me to think that I didn't have a choice
F5,
but to
F5,
step through the
F5,
portal
F5.
just to make me step through the portal, only to tell me that I could have not stepped through the portal. I'm actually mad at you for that one.
I asked you when we started, I said, unless you want to undo what I said happened.
Okay, no. You asked me now after we had a whole ass conversation over the weekend about how are you gonna reply to fucking
Girl
So
boss,
mad.
gatekeep, gaslight.
asshole.
Yes. But isn't the story great?
Okay, so like my thoughts now. Stop.
One second.
Let me have a no, a second. Okay.
Don't you dare bring that back.
No,
Des.
there's gonna be.
Don't you
It's coming out.
dare.
It's
No,
coming
let
out.
me ask you a
There it
question
is.
first. Let me ask you a
fuck.
question first. Let me ask you a question first.
Vinny,
Okay,
have you
because,
seen
like,
this before?
I have not
you
seen this
can't let
before.
it
No.
go
When
while
this
you
gets
explain
pulled
it.
out,
No.
When
That's
this sand
bullshit.
runs out, the scene
Fuck
moves on
you.
regardless.
Ooh.
Okay, quick question then. So stop it. I'm trying to ask you a question. So he's brought up all of these really powerful things, and then he has said, "I don't want to have to send other people after you." After he brought up all of these really big allies that we have, which seems a little bit counterproductive.
Uh-huh.
And he doesn't. He wants to give me the thing so that he doesn't have to send people after me.
Yeah.
But he refuses to give me time to look around later to get a better contract.
Yes.
It feels like he's testing her bluff more than it is that he wouldn't give it to her again later. But it feels like saying that will turn that bluff into reality.
I love that I bought this. I love that it's bones and skulls and spines.
I am in love with it, and I would love it.
So it becomes
Don't. You'll learn to hate it.
yeah, it sucks.
Trust all of us.
It's pushing a bluff.
Is he?
I don't know if he is or not. That's the problem, because it feels kind of strange like in the grand scheme of things, to be like, here's all of your great, amazing allies. Also, choose me. Also, I'm not going to give you this better thing later. Like that, it seems really strange for him to
You
bring
can
up
make
the
an
fact
enemy
that,
out of
like,
him if you want.
but I don't want an enemy. I just want fucking.
Oh, my hourglass is cooler than yours, Viddy. I'm sorry.
Ugh.
It is.
Even the sand is red. I can start
Fucking
shaking it,
hell.
Jen. Just
Can you stop shaking? That's bullshit. That's mean. That's rude. Stop it.
Mine is only 1 minute. Is that 5 minutes?
WWZD.
yeah.
What would the money do?
See, I think Zamani would take it because I think she would feel like she doesn't have any other options.
Uh-huh.
But I just I was really excited for other futures for Zamani. It
Uh-huh.
sucks.
God
It sucks
damn it,
that
Des.
those are gone.
Raph, what happened when you played a warlock to a devil?
I was abused, tortured, and devastated every time I went slightly against the pact. I was killed several times because of it.
Yeah, but
it was
what
a lot of
about when you
pain,
played a
lot of
warlock?
torment.
Keep stalling, by the way. I love that this sand is running out for this.
Well, I have to make a decision once the sand runs out. So I have until the sand runs out to make a decision.
I'd say
Yeah,
that's about
there's a
halfway
time-
nowadays.
Actually, there was that time that you tortured me with my own hexblade weapons. That was, that was
no, I
interesting.
did do that.
Yeah.
Or is it you have until the sand runs out for him to take back the deal and tell you that you're
You
an enemy?
didn't tell me what.
I didn't tell you
why are
anything.
changing- why are
I
you
didn't tell
changing
you.
shit,
I
huh?
just pulled
Why are
hourglass
you
out.
cha- no, no, no,
This
no,
could
no.
be for
No, you
nothing,
did.
Jen.
You did. You said the scene continues once the sand stops, which means that's when I get to start role playing again. Which
I said
means
the
get to
scene
that.
goes on.
Why are you fucking like this? Des, please. God, I hate
You're
you.
evil,
I hate you
Des.
so much right now.
It's
I'm
almost
so
out.
mad.
It's going down.
Fine.
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 Fine. Will I put the hourglass
You
over?
say that. I was trying.
It's gone.
Why would you bring up all of these powerful allies that I have, and then tell me that you will not offer this again and that I can still leave, but that our contract remains the same as it is right now?
Because I believe you'll use those powerful beings to try and get out of my contract, to get your soul eternal somewhere else. I know you want to run and talk to my brother about this. I know you probably want
course I
to
do.
ask Calicinder about this. I want you to make a decision. I don't
I don't want you to
shopping
speak to
around.
these people.
Why would you force it now when it could lose you the thing that you say that you want? Is it because you don't believe that your offer is better?
I will get what I want at the end of the day, regardless. So be it.
That's fair. No, I'm asking. I'm trying to understand your point of view. Because you know how I feel. You know my concerns. You know my worries, and I'm trying to make the best decision for them. But I think you're right. I think I don't have a choice at this moment because yes, I could leave, and I think I could lose everybody, or I could leave and potentially things could work out. What future is it that you offer Zelly and everybody else? You say 12 bodies, 12 souls explicitly.
I will give each of those children their own body to inhabit, to live and mature, live the life that they would have had before Arthas, to hone their talents, do whatever it is they must. Let you raise them as individuals, rather than all of them hiding behind one being destined to implode with power.
And those being the bodies that they had beforehand,
Correct?
at the ages that they portray them at currently.
As the ages that their souls are closest to. I cannot, well, I'm not willing to reverse time for this.
And their inborn and current learned powers since they've left,
Correct.
and they will have no binding to this plane. No, they won't have any bindings.
They will not
They
have
will be
any
free to
binding to
have-
this plane.
I just want to make sure that agreeing to this with you doesn't also hook them into this deal.
You don't have the rights to sign away anyone else's soul's money.
I didn't think so, but you never know. If it saves them, fine.
He summons as you see the contract, your original contract manifests with these addendums at the end, and a very beautiful quill and ink, almost of pure blood-colored dye to it, just on things. A name then, please. And are you wishing to sign it with your betrothed name, Thal Kalzir, or your maiden name?
I'm still a Marrow. And so she'll just sign her name. She's not a Thalkalzir yet.
See, as you begin to sign, other figures come from uninvisible now throughout the room. Heavily armored. You see some members of the Narhajad witness to contract.
Yeah.
To ensure binding legality. As you sign your name, he goes over and signs his name and lifts it up as you see it begins to slowly burn away. Signed in blood of the fallen, to be everlasting. It's a pleasure dealing business with you, Zamani.
Mm-hmm.
See, waves a hand and you see a portal opens again.
She's gonna go through the portal, very frustrated, but when for them.
In the morning. They
I'm gonna go
will
to the-
sleep for the first time in a long time tonight.
And I'll go to the portal, and I assume everyone's off doing the adventure from.
Oh, it is night
last
when you
session.
get there. Like, it is pitch black. Like,
Oh, okay.
the palace is quiet.
I'm gonna go find Zelly then.
Okay. You make your way going around looking for something, and you see Alexander's father walking through the hallway holding Zelly, who, oddly for you, is asleep.
Hi.
There's money. You're, haven't seen you today. Been busy. I think I
Yeah.
finally wore her out.
Yes. And Zamani will just go over and tuck her hair behind her ear. I had to make a deal earlier, but there were some benefits. All of the kids should be normal tomorrow.
I'm gonna
Normal as
need
it
more
can be.
arms.
Yeah, same. The magic inside her was burning her out.
Okay.
I just wanted to tell her, but it seems like she's already asleep. I need more beds too.
Sure. I'll go put them in a small dorm, settle off for them. I say this nicely. You look spent. You should go get
I
some
am.
sleep.
Thank you. I just wanted to let them know, but I guess I'll let you know because I don't want to wake them up.
Sure.
His body will kind of give him kind of a weird side hug thing since he's holding them, and it's just
leans in.
yeah. Then she'll go to bed and go find Cal and everyone.
Okay. Kyle is in a meditative state when you find him.
Mm-hmm.
This would have been
Which-
post
which
Cirillin and all of
room?
that
Because we were
Okay.
about to go dream.
with Everett.
Yeah. So we're
We're
all
about to
in
do the whole
Cal's
Everett
room.
thing.
Yeah, so you're probably the dream actually.
Yeah, yeah. Zamani bundles in. We're just all just gathered around.
Actually, yeah, no, I'd say you'd be mid dream. So, Cassinder.
We're all just passed out on the floor. With
Zamani, you walk in,
Cal.
you see this ritual set up. Cassinder, you cast dream. What are you doing? As you manifest a familiar palace, I assume, with Everett?
Yes.
Are you making it look like his home, the marble?
I'm making it
layer?
look like one of the gardens that I've been to at the Burton Palace. Just like one of the nice little spots there. To break some harsh news. But yeah, reaching out and bringing Everett in, taking Donnie and Merkestiel with me. Unless Donnie didn't want to come. I can't remember if Donnie was going along or not. Yeah, perfect. All right, Merkestiel, this is your moment, I suppose.
All right. Let's do it.
So, as Everett is there waiting, kind of looking around, he sees you all walk through. Well, familiar faces in a familiar place. I don't think I've been down here in quite some time. And a new one. Hello.
Oh. Yeah.
Good.
Donovan Bailey. This is
You briefly
King Everett.
met.
We've met.
Yes.
I saved his life. It's fine.
Yeah,
True.
perfect way to meet each other for the first time.
But pleasure. Thank you.
How's Everett looking, by the way?
Um,
Just to start off with.
well, he's still a little older from this trial. He's he's well though. He looks more sure of himself.
Good. He didn't want to put more shit on him, but here goes.
Mm-hmm.
So, fuck, where to start?
At the beginning, Merkestiel.
True.
Yes.
So this morning, we were having breakfast, and host's tavern door appeared. We all entered, and turns out host was being the mediator for a meeting between myself, Nemevana, Celelio, and Zagolia. They informed me that I had to choose one of them to follow. I could no longer go on with the attempting to balance the gods. And yeah, so after a long time debating, where two of them attempted to blackmail or manipulate me into choosing themselves, I was about to side with Nemevana when Celelio reminded me that, due to the fact that I was using magic that was gifted to me by Celelio when I was saving Kiana's life all those years ago, Kiana's soul was still owned by Celelio. Celelio said to me that if I did not choose her, then she would take Kiana's soul.
All right. So you chose someone other than Celelio.
I couldn't make a choice that would constantly have me looking over my shoulder, worried that if I step out of line, she was very unstable. She was still dedicated to watching the world burn and be reborn in an inferno. I could not pick her. I chose Nemevana, and upon exiting the tavern and returning to the world below, We found Kiana in a
So, Clay,
never-ending sleep.
why did you not pick Lizeffican?
That is one perhaps I can answer
that's
for
all, I
Mercastiel.
think.
Well, it is connected in there as well. How to put this, I suppose, the most simplest way, without taking up too much time. Lizeffican has become something of our enemy.
You talk too much, Calacidia. The Zephycan is going to die.
That is perhaps a bit too direct. Lizeffican has become our new target in the scheme of things, Everett. This was a bit of information I was hoping to break to you in person. And
What of
not...
your odyssey for Samael?
It will still end with Samael being on the other side of the divine. Do we call it the divine gate in Quentos?
Yes.
Yeah, cool. The divine gate. He will still be pushed back, just not in a one-on-one fight.
So you now make an enemy of two gods.
Everett. I do not say this lightly, but
I just have to get my dice ready.
I do not want you to think of us as friends or close allies or anything like that. But we are working with Samir. There is a lot more that we need to tell you regarding this over several confrontations that occurred. As all is not as...
You work with him.
Well, not quite. We have the same goals for now.
The same man who sought my father dead.
Yes.
Bring
He
my
was
sister back
aiming
and let me
towards-
out of this dream.
Very well.
Wait. You're being hasty. And I appreciate the candor, but these are the people that not only killed your father, but brought him back to life.
My father is not back to life.
Oh,
No.
Sammy said that to Merc that could happen.
That could be a
but
potential. They didn't.
Ah,
They didn't
yeah.
pursue it though.
okay.
I didn't hear that.
Rewind.
That's
Rewind.
that's
The
not
old-
Cal's
Rewind.
knowledge. That's not Cal's knowledge.
That's out of character
night
knowledge.
brain, not. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
These are the people who are caught up in the same scheme.
You willingly
think you-
side. I do not know you that well. I apologize.
No,
Donovan, was it?
and I don't know you either. And in that respect, I would ask that you perhaps take a moment to listen rather than speak. This is not an alliance. This is not an employment. This is an execution of objective. And I encourage you.
Donovan,
to-
was it?
I'm
I've been told my
it's-
entire reign to listen and not to speak, and frankly, I am done with that. Quite some time ago,
Well-
the ship has sailed on that.
The ship has not sailed. I saved your life once, and I will do it again. And for that debt, I ask one favor in return. You listen to Calacindia. You hear his words and his logic, and then I will let you leave. And then the debt has been paid. I
Did
don't
you-
ask for much from kings. I don't respect your little butt on the throne, but for now, Calacindia has put a lot on the line for the same objective, and I encourage you to listen. Not because I am trying to pick a fight. That is not you understand my ways. I'm not trying to do that, but there's context you're missing, sir. Respectfully.
Everett.
In a minute, Mark.
You came to my side in the Feywild. That is true. You helped me in a fight. I appreciate that. It may not change my mind, but Donovan, fine. If this is what you consider your debt to be, Calasindia can have 5 minutes to speak his piece.
The payment is to listen.
I said he can speak his piece.
Thank you. Effort. The fact stands that we have learned that Lezefican essentially means to usurp the powers from the other ascended and to reign supreme over the rest. We have learned this information that he also seeks to devour a shard of the dying god. Find one, consume it, use its power, rule over the ascended. That cannot come to pass. Donovan here is on behalf of Xerxes, someone who is also thrown in on our side. There are other ascended working with us on this. This is not simply just Samael and us working exclusively together. This is far wider than that. We have not done this simply throwing away everything to work with Samael, leaving everything behind. This is something that we have people who understand the risks of working with Samael and who are also prepared that should things come to pass and that we can no longer trust him, to eliminate him from the equation once again. We are not following him out of blind loyalty or trust. We are ready to turn back against him at a moment's notice should that be necessary.
There is also a chance that Samael still has Anathor's soul in his possession. There is a chance it could be returned to the body, and Anathor can be back with us.
Yes. Whilst, obviously, for you, trusting his words are, well, not exactly the most plausible thing to do, he has offered aid and assistance for the time being in such matters. He is also standing as an Asima of the dying god. And one that has, I suppose, created time for a moment. I'm just trying to remember. Did we tell everyone about the Dragon King? Have we told him
Vaguely.
anything about that?
Vaguely.
As you know, there is a great threat coming from the other side of the world. Samael saw that the best hope of defeating this threat was to put us on the path that we have trod until now. We have managed to dissuade him from this line of thinking and to convince him that there is another means of doing so. That he can work against what he has done in the past and aid us, and at the very least, perhaps not atone for everything that he has done, but face judgment later down the line. I know, I can see that. Thank you very much, Des. I appreciate it.
Just somebody's own hourglass.
I'm just trying to think. That's fucking hourglass.
Yeah, no, that's
The
we've
hourglass.
made our point. We have
Also-
made our point.
Yeah.
You've had your time.
Mhm.
That's been paid.
I have backed you through so much. And you throw it all back in my face by siding with him. Every time I've stuck my neck out for you. I thought our alliance meant something more. bring my sister's body back to Burton and let me out of this dream.
Very well.
Very well. Sever the dream.
The dream is severed. Zamani, you see Calasindir, Merkestiel, and Donovan come to. You're muted.
It was not a restless sleep, Calasinda. You lied to me.
Good morning.
What?
Evening,
Do
Zamani.
you always wake up with a headache after that?
No,
Oh,
only
no,
usually when
it's
bad
quite
things
fine.
happen.
I suppose I'm used to it. Most of these times they're bad things.
Calasindir, as you wake up, you get a message in your mind. It's from Kelsier. You recognize the voice. Calasindir, hello. There's like a pause, like you can hear the thinking. My brother is on the move, and I have someone here who will help you get him. But we must act fast. And then he goes, I've grown far too accustomed to your limitless.
Fuck, one thing after the next. All right. 1 second. Sorry. Blooddy's book can just right back into it. Thank you, Kelsier, for that information. We'll be returning back to Ariel shortly. We do appreciate that. Tell your contact that set themselves up, make themselves comfortable in Ariel, but we'll be there soon.
Meanwhile, in
Where's the
Ariel,
booking?
Kelsier turns to Vinny. Do you want to introduce what your character looks like to the audience?
Hey!
Absolutely. Standing next to Kelsier is a figure who would be tall, but stays relatively crouched, maybe due to bad posture, maybe due to social anxiety, who knows. And protruding from his face, you see a long black beak with hints of blue and slight hints of gold as well. Dressed in hoods and robes and a kind of like a dress almost, with a herringbone pattern on it with some muted but still vibrant colors. He's just looking over at Kelsier expectantly.
I do apologize for the kingfishers. They are never one for punctuality. But they are on their way. I was told to let you make yourself comfortable around the keep.
3 days later.
Excellent. I suppose all we can do is wait.
They are, it's... I suppose to preface, the kingfishers, Calasindia, Zamani, Merkestiel. They're... I suppose what you would expect from people trying to kill a lich is one way to put it. They are, at their essence, good people, I assure you.
Well, they come in all shapes and sizes, but what is most important is they are friends of yours.
Yes.
And if they are friends of yours, they are friends of mine.
I just get, I suppose, nervous, when you're trying to get two friends that haven't known each other to meet. I hope I sincerely hope they bring a good impression. I think they are, last I knew them, going to the world below. But they do have access to strong teleportations. So hopefully by the end of the day. I suppose we should have lunch then. Or breakfast, brunch.
I suppose I am very hungry. What should I do about our big friend?
Well, she kind of looks up as what does Kelsier see when he looks up?
Standing, are they indoors or outdoors?
Outdoors.
Outdoors?
No way you bring him inside.
Mm-hmm. I suppose they both kind of look over their shoulders a bit, and oh gosh, I think he's about 20 feet tall, 15 or 20 feet tall. He's a big boy. Is a... I didn't think about this. a collection of various stones and boulders are strapped together in arcane and natural ways. It towers over the both of them, very still, just observing, as it seems. There's this almost like this aura of energy coming from this elemental. Would be very, very imposing if not for the right in the middle of the chest. One of the boulders looks a little bit more face-like, and you realize it's probably the head of a statue, and it's just embedded right in the middle. Little crooked, definitely not making any eye contact.
Perhaps I believe there's a mines nearby, if you would feel comfortable there.
Ooh.
Some earth to sift through. A silver mine, I believe.
Do you want to find something pretty for us?
Kind of looks down, just stares at you, then just looks off into the distance, then back at you, and then just like elevator style just starts sinking into the ground. Just and eventually just disappears.
I will call for you when we are ready.
It's just, you see the rumble of like the tremors of the earth as it's gliding through the terrain. The foundations of Ariel will never be.
How does Earthglide look for you, for Tuvu specifically?
Well, literally, he just melds into the ground as you see like kind of the dirt bubble a little bit and then seal atop him. Because I believe Earthglide does not disrupt the terrain in his ability.
No, it doesn't, yeah.
Yeah, so it kind of like literally elevator style, like he's just clipping through the ground for a bit until the earth starts to bubble and then seal atop him. And then you can see like with your keen eye, like the tremor of like sifting of the ground, the blades of grass shaking as he makes his way through the ground. Very subtle to detect, but to a keen eye like yours,
As
it
it
is
goes down,
noticeable.
there's very faint ba 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 ba.
Well, I'm feeling a sandwich.
Crusts on or off?
I could use the carbs.
Let's lunch then. As Zeph and Kelsier make their way off to lunch while they wait for the Kingfishers. Meanwhile, back in the world below, as the message goes through, Kingfishers reeling from a night of dream and torment in the hells.
Yeah.
No crust on your sandwiches. No crust.
Good morning. Good morning, Samani. Where do I get coffee from here?
It's like
They don't have
middle of the
coffee down
night
here.
at the moment.
It
No
is.
coffee? What?
Don't worry, I have some. I'll share. They have
You are
this
the
weird
best.
mushroom thing that kind of does the same thing.
Perfect.
I mean, you might just like it.
I've liked most of it. All right.
So how has your day been?
It's been.
It's not the same.
Okay. Let's start from the beginning, I suppose. Macastiel, why don't you take it away from the start?
Okay. Host appeared, then all three of my gods appeared.
Huh?
They said, pick one of us. I
Uh-huh.
did, and now Kiana's basically in a coma.
Because you didn't choose Celelia as your...
Yeah, because I didn't pick Celelio, and Celelio owns the soul of Kiana.
Why does
And-
Cecilia own Kiana's soul?
Because she was the one that gave me the ability to save Kiana's life all those years ago.
Since when is that how it works? I mean, does that mean that our souls now there's like some legal battle over my soul because you brought me back from the dead?
There was something about the unnatural point of it still being kept alive, that it was Celelio. I don't exactly know the full details that were given, what exactly the situation was behind it.
Does that work?
I think I
mean,
have it.
You've
That's
resurrected
what-
us before.
She was
Hmm.
supposed to be dead rather than a a pause,
Yeah.
and that
Yeah,
life got
it was a plot
extended
death.
beyond where she was supposed to live.
I could barely
And-
cast a cantrip, and then saved her life. Basically. Yeah, so there was that. And then we told Everett that, as well as the whole us siding with Samael thing. And he now says that we've betrayed him, which I suppose we kind of have.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
he was not
Better
happy.
that he found out from us than rather than our actions down the line, though.
Oh, of
Hmm.
course.
Very
Hopefully he'll
true.
come around. It's
Hopefully
just
he will.
depends.
In the meantime, my mother spoke with us and has announced her support for our war against the Zephykin.
Big day. Holy shit.
And I woke Irelin from his coma, finding out how to do it. Which means that his entire house are probably very, very angry at me, while he is not.
Okay. Why is it? So they were fucking around then.
Yes, yes, as
What
they
were
have
they
done for his
doing?
entire life.
So what were they
Yeah, it was
doing?
bad.
He seemed okay with it.
He seemed to
Yeah, it's 'cause
accept
he didn't have a
that
choice.
was what happened, and he has no choice in it.
Did what was what happened? You're getting away from the explaining of the details part.
Basically, when they found him, he was nothing, as he put it. And they stitched him together with magic and tortured him by implanting him with all sorts of forbidden magics that are off limits here. Old magics that most people can't normally wield, by embedding them within his body, causing him immense amount of pain, and forcing him to die over and over again, as that makes the whole process happen somewhat.
Now or before?
And then each time he dies, they put more magic into him, which causes more pain, more torture, more strife.
Yeah, he's up to number 13, I think.
Yes.
It's the whole thing.
Got it.
Oh yes, and I need to take all of the spy masters to a college of the Rahashir so that we can
Fuck.
all create a union of spy organizations to wage war against the Nameless Untold, but that doesn't seem as important as other conversations right now. I
All
mostly have that
today?
in hand. I've been busy.
You didn't say that my memories of the contract got slurped away. So what is it that I know? What is it that I don't know?
I'm gonna say, after you signed, you left, and only really after you spent time, your memory of the contract will remain, but you're not sure when exactly it happened through the night, but you find yourself extremely content with it.
Yep. Okay.
There is no like bitterness towards the contract, and this is the right path for you. There is no reason to avoid this contract. This was smart. This was beneficial. You feel happy with it, and you feel like you've done the right thing in this moment.
Okay. I mean that makes sense because she would kind of feel that way
You
anyways.
lose
Like
all of your will to basically try and sunder this contract. That
Okay,
bit you forget.
yeah.
Mhm.
She would probably still feel that way a little bit because she felt like she would be saving Zelly and all of the kids. Well, I had a portal that I stepped through because I thought I was supposed to and thought that I needed to, or that I had to. Regardless, either way, they have a new contract.
Oh.
Yes, so the kids were dying, and in the morning they will be okay. They're going to be 12 little munchkins all scrolling around.
Oh.
They're on their own. They're not connected to anything. With
Oh,
When
I
did
don't
you
have the
find out that
spell
they were
slots for
dying?
this.
Today, actually. Yesterday. I don't know. Time flows weird in different planes.
How did you?
They had too much magic in them, and it was burning them out. And
He told you this?
yes. That, and I didn't really have an option because I couldn't leave without accepting. Or I guess I could have left, but I would have been stuck with the contract that I had before, which would have ended quite poorly in the long run.
Okay.
Also, now if I die, that's not nearly as much of a problem.
What do you mean?
At least for now. I mean exactly what I said.
No, that's vague as hell.
I mean, and
Well, literally.
until we kill this African, me dying isn't a problem.
Zamadi, you seem oddly okay with re-signing your soul to the devil.
I mean, yeah, if I didn't, then the kids could have died.
I would not
What
have
else
let
was
that
I
happen.
supposed to have done?
Perhaps we haven't. I mean, we didn't even know about that before he said it. We hadn't even begun to look into ways of fixing the situation.
Zamadi, have you talked to the boss about this?
I didn't have the option to, no. But what's done is done. It's fine.
And what does he want in return? What is the for?
Me.
I mean, this
'Cause
coffee
you
is
guys
quite good and you're quite the prize, but
Because you guys didn't know
What
that the
lieutenant?
contract had a limit beforehand.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, you didn't know what her contract before was.
So you're eternal soul, I suppose.
Although with liberties and freedoms to still visit the prime material after the fact. Am I being dumb? There was a third thing, and I'm
Information
still, like,
that will be given
riddled with panic.
soon on how to wage war on a god.
Okay. And also something to help us fight this African.
Okay.
Information.
And do you know yet what this information is, or is that still at a...
Not yet. I mean, to be fair, I've been back maybe 20 minutes, and then you guys were all asleep, and then you woke up, so.
Oh.
Johnny would just start laughing. Like that, oh god, everything's awful, and I can only
Yeah.
laugh. What a pair the two of you make.
mean-
Oh god.
I didn't. I needed to save them, and that's.
Of course you did. There's no judgment here.
Right, let's just take this in. I have received word from Gromathia that there is someone in area from Kelsia, that there is someone in Ariel to speak with us about Gromathia, with more information regarding his whereabouts.
Oh.
Perhaps we
good.
should start there, at the very least. Then we can address some of all of this.
At this
And some
point
money.
in your conversation,
Oh.
you hear one knock on the door, 2 knocks on the door, 3 knocks on the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 knocks on the door, 11, 12 knocks on the door, all in unison. Bum, 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 bum.
I'm gonna go open the
What
door
the-
then.
You
Hey, come in.
see, as you open the door, standing very confused but happy, Zelly, Elrin, Lila, Marcus, May, Caden, Ira, Tarek, Anya, Finn, Neve, Annette, all just like wide-eyed.
Morning.
We're broke.
No, you're fixed.
They
I can't hear
broken
them.
To begin with.
Can't hear what?
Can't hear any of them.
That's because they're all standing beside you. You have to talk to them now.
Why?
Because you're fixed.
No, we broke. We
No,
passed out and we
fixed.
broke.
You went to sleep and you woke up fixed. Now you're all people again. You're all your own little peoples, and somebody will like take it and like pinch one of their cheeks.
Ah.
Um,
I gotta go check something.
No, wait, what are you checking?
Is she just looking for like a ledge to jump off?
He's like, no, absolutely not. You now you splat now, and not in the fun way.
There's looking over them and just looking at everything with vision and everything. Do I see any infernal markings, any signs around them that just give off
I'm
infernal?
also looking in the ethereal
anything.
plane as well.
Yeah.
Just
Both of you give me
Yeah.
a investigation check.
Adding into that, I want like the kids have just been split up. Are they all
Yeah.
healthy? Do they all look
They're all healthy.
like
These-
Donnie
mean,
has
these
Donnie
are-
has spent a large amount of time with these kids. Well, a day, but that's a large amount of time with 12 kids. But yeah, his heart is a little bit, soft for them. Are they all
Mhm.
happy, healthy?
They're all
normal?
healthy.
Well,
They're all
normal-ish, but are
normalish.
Yeah.
they look like 12
And that's
kids
quite
rather
scared.
than-
A lot of them were like quite scared. A lot of them were like running. Some of them were running to their parents' room out of excitement. Some are running out of fear.
That was a 28 on the
28.
check test.
Can I also be that one guy and try and argue to roll perception instead?
No, persuasion.
Since it is just looking.
You are heavily scanning them. This is not just a cursory
Okay.
glance.
Mhm.
All right, I had to try.
No, that's fair.
All right. Yeah, no, it's not worth me even saying. I gotta.
Calcinder, you notice the effervescent glow on the ethereal realm of Lord of Decay's magic.
Right. Is it just like the lingering traces of his magic, or does it still seem like it's there?
I
Like,
mean, there's no more of a link to them to him as you see around Zamani to him.
Okay.
Look, one
Okay,
thing
so
I
there
guarantee
is-
to Zamani, they are not connected to this plane.
The
What
body
plane were they on?
specifically
His
asked that like
plane.
they had their souls
Yeah.
and stuff that was theirs. So like,
that phrasing just made you sweat, didn't it?
are you serious?
Cal-
Des?
Calacindia, stop overthinking it. Go and hug
Don't
your
worry about
children, and
investing.
I will push
Maybe.
Calacindia forward into the horde.
Yeah. Look,
Just
just a brief
absorbed.
moment, and then Calacinda will just go down, like just try and like big hug around all of them, or
Why
as
is it
many of
gonna,
them
like-
will accept it.
Try to like get them to come inside in the room real quick, and like because like there's like a little common area or whatever,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
a bunch of couches and stuff. And she
Mhm.
seemed like, you all had too much magic in one little body, so we had to get you all split up the way that you were before in order to make sure that you would be okay in the long term.
Elrin
Yeah.
kind of raises a hand. Who's
Yes.
the green man?
The green man is Mummy's patron. That's where I get my magic from.
That's Mummy's sugar daddy.
Shut up. We're not telling the children that. Did he talk
Did
to you
you
guys?
see him?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Elrin kind of looks at everyone. Zelly kind of goes, he told us we'd be able to all play together today, and everything was going to be tip-top from here on out.
Do I believe her?
Roll me an insight.
Because she's the
Alison
big,
is
strong
trying
sister.
his
She
best.
protects for people.
Yeah. Calacinda is trying his best to just put on like fatherly face and just.
Hmm.
Yeah.
28.
28. Seems to be kind of. She's not speaking from a place of anything but pure emotion right now, so it's very difficult to read any sort of. There's a lot of high emotions. She's pretty. How do I word this? Not quite conflicted, but like muddled in her own memory, perhaps. It was a lot of things to take in for a child so young.
Okay.
Also, you know,
wanted to
Zelly
get
is
that-
now back to her shorter stature before she had matured in the plasmoid form.
Mm.
I wanted the chance to get to ask you all to make sure that you wanted to be split up. But when I learned that if you didn't get split up, that bad things were going to happen, I didn't really have the option to, given where I was at the time. I know that it's not fair to make decisions for you guys without talking to you first, but I hope that that's okay.
No, that's okay. This is all good. They're all there. As I kind of looks back.
They are. And Zamani will kind of look over everyone to kind of like, are you guys okay?
It's kind of like people are like checking their own arms, like trying to pull at themselves to see if they can stretch. And
Yeah.
It's like herding cats. It's very difficult to get all their attention at once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did she manage to get any of their attentions? And like, she's kind of trying to
Oh, yeah,
assess
sporadically.
like general feedback from the group.
So it's a resounding positive. No kid in the Kidglomerate was happy not having their own body.
Like, now that things have changed, though, that does mean that you guys don't have the same powers that you had when you were all squishy together. So you can't jump off of tall things anymore. You will go splat, and it will be bad.
As you're saying this, you just see like. So I'm gonna. What's your wisdom? Your sorry,
We know it's
perception.
bad.
Perception.
Active or passive?
Give me the active. Okay, actually, roll me an active perception check.
Can I
Or
get in
insight,
this
your
as
choice.
well? I've been watching all of them.
Inside, I
the
would
Sure.
love
entire
to do
time.
instead.
Donovan.
Having
I'm
played
just
with them.
here.
You said I can do insight?
Insight, yeah.
Thank you. Wait, insight is
I'm
bad.
just-
Perception is also bad. Sorry, I thought investigation. 16.
Okay.
14.
Donnie? How much?
14.
Okay. Somebody, you actually do cop this. As you're saying this, you notice Tarek gets like a little kind of gone with the fairies for a second, and then like kind of locks eyes intently with the wall, and like you see he's like scanning for a crevice, and he just takes off at a bolt. He's gonna run face first into this wall if you don't stop him.
Can I?
Yeah.
I'm catching him. I'm absolutely
Make me a
trying.
dexterity saving
three
throw.
people just like
Yeah, I'm absolutely gonna
You
catch
get
him.
Here's the
plus
thing.
9 because of
I
you
will-
get plus 9 because of 2 pellies.
Tarek has enhanced agility and reflexes, is why he was taken. He is supernaturally fast.
You said dexterity.
Saving throw, please, yeah.
Okay.
plus 9.
23.
Oh, yeah. Actually, no, there's a chance.
The
23?
Mm-hmm.
Meets it. As you grab him, as he is like inches from the wall, you dive like wings, big swoop, like in the air, tack to the ground. And he's just like, what the
Are you trying to break your nose? Also.
frick?
Uh-huh. Are you trying to
Still
break your
just as
nose?
bad.
I was trying to go in again.
You can't.
Why
You
not?
can't go in the walls because you're not squishy anymore. Unless you mean this, and she's gonna like poke him in the ribs and like tickle him a little bit.
Oh, he just like fit of laughter.
He's like, see?
No.
You're a normal little kid again. Except for you are very fast.
I like going in the
Alicidia.
walls.
I know.
Alicidia, where does your father sleep?
oh, down the hall that way.
I'm not looking for anything suspicious, but you said we need to get going.
Oh yeah, true.
Right.
Do you,
Yes.
you two need to put 12 children to bed. I will come and help you in a minute, but I feel like you need some help.
That is, yeah, no, good point. Good point. Thank you, Donovan.
But does Bacestiel look comfortable at all with 12 children?
Nah.
Nah.
Bacestiel, go and get Calicidia's father. Come on, let's get all these to bed. It's the middle of the night.
Right.
What are you doing awake?
We don't sleep.
Hell, I've
We don't
forgotten
need
his
to
name
sleep.
again.
Yes, you
You
do.
will now.
You do
You
need to
do
sleep
You
now.
will
now.
now.
You look over, and Annette is already like curled up on a bed, just like,
Somebody's
Aw.
gonna very like gently like pick her up.
mmm.
I know,
As-
don't
as
worry.
Merc-
Like, swipe it. You're just like, no.
Yeah. Getting carried inside from the car. Yeah.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
pick
basically.
up 4 of them. Come on.
As Merc's walking out, she's going to sort of call over her shoulder. Cal, what's your dad's name again? She hasn't really
Amrathan.
interacted with him. Amrathan, thank you. So I'll go find him.
For the sake of expediency, you
Yes.
summon an elated Amrath who's excited to see all these kids out at once and explain the situation to
Bunch
me.
of kids.
It takes a long time to settle 12 kids because they all start waking each other up.
Yeah.
One gets up out of bed, all of a sudden everyone wants to get up. Takes like an hour and a half.
Oh, you're gonna need mass sleep, huh?
Roll for exhaustion.
We stay up all night. There is no sleep.
There is no sleep.
No sleep.
Fuck, I don't have calm emotions anymore.
Mass calm emotions.
Mass suggestion. Go to bed.
How many shards? How many shards? How many shards?
Command sleep could work.
Yeah, command will do it. I've got command.
Come on, bro.
Compelled duel on a kid.
Intimidation checks galore.
In the middle of a fight, and it's like, I have to hold the spell slot for mass suggestion later.
Yeah. Every day.
Mhm.
So, you all, after a tired hour and a half, Donovan, you like gingerly are getting ready to close the door as the last one to leave the room. Can you roll me a sleight of hand? Just to like, will the door closing wake any children?
Oh, guide him.
Oh shit! Shut up! Shut up! Shut the fuck up! Shut up! Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad. What's my sleight of
Yeah,
hand?
Merc's not moving
Ooh,
a fucking muscle.
Plus, that's a 15. I'll take it.
15. Silence.
Oh, close the door. Oh, thank fuck for that. All right. Get the fuck out of here. Off, go.
Plop, 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 plop. No.
Mercastiel's hooves wake them all up on the hard crystalline
for
floor.
fuck's sake.
You're getting booties. Sorry.
No, Merc's
Little
Merc's
crochet
aided
booties
away.
for Merc.
Yep.
No, Merc's like at least
Little middles.
like 90, 100 foot away from the room, just leaning against a wall, just watching this whole thing, just like, so glad I don't have to deal with this.
All right, they're done. Where are we going? What are we doing?
Burden with
Brenton, are you gonna
Diana.
be okay?
They're all there. That's
You're all
beautiful.
there. Right? Yes, Zamaya just has like such a happy little moment where she just kind of like flutters off of the floor for a minute and she spins around.
As this is happening, you're all sleeping. Not sleeping, getting ready to sleep. As Cousin, you have the best history check.
Mhm.
There is a very concerning ability that one of those kids has with the Dream Realm.
Yes. Yes.
Oh no!
I remember.
Not one of those.
So yeah, what do you mean to roll for?
Just roll me history.
Okay, yeah, easy.
Don't tell me it's a
Um,
nymph related.
24.
So I believe it was Finn, if I'm correct.
I'm pretty sure it was.
And there's just like this bit where you hesitate and you look back to there and you're just thinking, you learn from Finn that he killed both his parents by mistake by accidentally opening a rift into the Dream Realm. It'll be grand.
Wait 1 second. Wait 1 second.
Do you say anything?
Yes. No, but Calvin just like pauses, just like frozen in place for a second.
Okay.
Wait, no.
What?
Don't
Something-
you fucking start. I
Finn.
just got them all down.
No, Finn, his whole ability that he has is that he can tear open pathways into the realm of sleepless dreams. He can
Dreams.
contact it. It's how he killed his parents.
Get fucked. I'm not waking them all up.
That's
How is he
That's
going
the
to
thing.
sleep?
badly by the sounds of that.
Sleepless.
Uh,
Sleepless.
Do you have anything that can cancel magic? Wearable.
Not here.
Like an anti-magic.
You're the
Do we
If
have
we were in
any? Do we have
Burton-
any? Do any of
Sapperstone,
us have
no.
any of
it's-
the Sapstone cuffs on us?
No. They're on
We're
one
not
person.
putting
We've
cuffs
asked.
on him.
And we're not putting cuffs.
No, I'm
Change the
not suggesting
child.
that. I'm suggesting. I'm
what
suggesting.
the hell, Bacastiel?
I'm suggesting using it, not necessarily cuffing them, but having it near them might even help.
No.
Not better.
No. Fuck. All right, so let's think.
A set of cuffs in their drawer.
He's a child.
I'm not suggesting that he wears them.
It doesn't matter. You're going to tell
Right, I
a kid,
think-
yes, we're going to put handcuffs near you, and don't
Wait,
worry,
wait,
everything
wait,
will be
wait,
okay.
overthink-
That
We're
is
getting
not
distracted. We need to think. How can we let him sleep without?
Do you?
A dreamless sleep.
I have a-
Bad. You'd have
I
some
have a- I have a-
supperson.
Well, I have a bad idea. Do you know anyone in the
What?
castle who can cast Glyph of Warding? Put a counter spell or a dispel magic in the Glyph of Warding. If he wakes and a rift opens, dispel magic, problem solved.
I don't know if the realm opened in the material or if it opened
Doesn't
through
open in the
dreams.
material.
It doesn't. No.
It,
Where
Basically,
did
when
you
you go
find
to
these children?
when you go to sleep in Quentus,
In
to
a
also clarify for the
dungeon.
viewers, when
It
you go to
doesn't
sleep in
really-
Quentus, there is a land of sleepless dreams where your soul goes to, and normally you get put in this safe little bubble in your realm of dreams. To put it in the simplest terms, Finn can find the seam of the bubble and exit, and can find other people's seams of their bubbles and accidentally remove them. He rips the tag off the brain mattress. There's no going back. There's no.
Right.
Anyway,
Thanks,
I
Vinny.
need
I
a
have great
coffee.
jokes.
Des.
Good luck with
Through
that.
all of
I'm going to
Calicinde's
get coffee.
research, through all of Calicinde's arcane research and everything, would he know of a way to sever someone from the land of sleepless dreams, even just temporarily?
No.
During their
You've
sleeps?
never been your field of study.
Mert may have had something in the past that would have been useful for this. I'm just going to have a look because she'd still have that vague information banging around her head. Just
It
trying to remember
makes
what
sense
it's
that there's
called.
nothing here. There's nothing here because we're all elves here. We don't
You still
dream.
wait. You still rest when you dream, right?
When you cast dream.
Well, yes, like if I were to cast dream every night and sleep with Finn until we figure out a better
That
solution.
would work.
Yes, I'll
That
do
would
that.
work.
I have dream. Don't worry.
Right.
Let's call that a terrible
work.
but effective plan.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's a
Well, then,
short term.
Until we
Giovanni.
find.
Fuck off to bed.
Yeah. Good night.
Calicinder's like, every
Good
night?
night. Fuck.
So he's like,
Never agreed.
it'll motivate you for a better plan.
Welcome to the cock
Right.
blocking of parenthood.
They take inspiration, you beautiful bastard.
Yeah, Zamaya just gives Cal a nice little pat on the chest, being like, find a better solution then. She's gonna walk off to the room.
I don't really feel like I deserve that, but I'll take it.
You got it, but it doesn't really feel good.
You squeezed it in when you were able.
Yeah.
Like that.
Fucking hell. Well,
You get Pavloved at 2 a.m., guys.
Calicinder's just standing there like in the middle of the hallway at like 2 a.m. just holding his head, just like, what the fuck is going on?
That's
I'm gonna
exactly
go
how it
cast-
works.
I'm gonna go cast dream and go to bed.
Yeah. Zamani, you get a good night's sleep. It's trying to get a child to sleep in a dream is difficult, but it works. With that, all of you get your long rest. And although we won't do it now, we'll do it at the end of the session. Finally hit 17.
Nice.
Boom.
Vidi, you've just made this character. You've just put in his work. Now you have to level him up again. All
No,
right?
I told Vinny to make it at 17.
Oh,
Fair. Okay. Cool. Go to sleep. Do we want to take the normal like 8:30 a.m. 5-minute break before we end up going
Yeah,
back
so
to
with that, we are going to head on a. I was just about to say that. Thank you, Jen.
Hee
We're going to head on a quick 5-minute break, and we will head to Ariel and pick up our 5th party member shortly and forthwith. We'll see you in 5
Ooh.
minutes. Be back in a minute. As we get the thumbs up from Jen and the go ahead, we're back live, baby.
Go ahead.
Let's go.
Thank you, Jen.
Sorry, that was an American joke and it broke me a little bit.
Look, if the healthcare and the education won't break you, the jokes will. Education.
Oh.
Maybe I will join you guys in drinking.
Yeah, we're back. Didn't talk about the start, but up there we have a little dono go going. If you didn't notice, we're trying to get an animated intro for the start of our next campaign. It's a big beefy one. It's going to be a lot. There's a kind of if I could break it into stretch goals, I would. I don't know how. I'm not that good at Twitch. Let's be honest. But it's there. But we'll be working towards it. If it's within your means to help us out, we'd really appreciate it. If not, just enjoy the show. Be here, hang out. So, back in the world below, Ishanar Xandir, as you wake up probably like 3 or 4 times throughout the night as the kids wake up. There's 12 of them. It's natural. And it's all Calicindia's turn because the money is in a dream.
Oh my god. Donovan, I'm waking you up to help me with this.
This is not how you do a long rest, Calacindia. What are we doing? What?
This is all just motivation to get Cal to figure out a better solution.
Yeah.
What do you
Yeah.
want?
Cal, no,
Why are you
I
waking
no.
me up?
Correction, Des. Correction. No. Cal's gonna be doing like a 4-hour sleep, like elf style, and then just trying to spend as much time
You
in the
think you're going to
library
get
and
4
just, like,
hours in a row? Nate, educate this poor fool.
Come on, man. I just want to start searching for ways to solve this. Fuck.
Hey, Raph, what does Calacindia's hairline look like? Because
That's the next
We're
art
not
we
doing
need.
Boulder
Bald
Cindia.
Cal.
We're not doing Boulder
Bald
Cindia.
Cindia.
Bold
So-
as India, 100%.
As you all wake up, benefiting from a long rest, let's say.
Oh god, I still feel tired.
You have to
yes, I
make your way to Ariel soon.
don't smart talk with me, Calacindia. I was up twice as well.
I can pull multiple kids in next time if you need.
No,
It's
no,
alright.
it's fine. It's Calacindia's job. I'm
We've
going
got
to
it.
sleep in the other room. No, we do not, sir. You have it.
I have it. Yes, yeah, no. And by extension, I mean we have it because mine is doing thin. I haven't slept. No, it's all right.
Morning. How are we all?
Morning.
Shut up.
Fuck off.
Meg, I will Eldritch Blast you if you don't wipe that smug look off your face.
Don't you fucking
mean-
dare. I've got a sword with her name on it. Don't get to walk in here all chirpy and chipper.
I'm just glad that my room is like, 3 corridors that way.
So,
Calacindia,
Keep
say
it
the
up,
word.
it won't be.
Say the word, Calacindia.
What, and have him have Macestia relocated to a small little closet somewhere,
No, in the same room.
very close to their room.
Yeah.
so
Oh,
Kingfishers,
but,
what
yeah.
last preparations
did-
do you wish to do before you head back to
Well,
Ariel Keep?
A lot, but for
Coffee.
the sake of this, I will not.
We
So,
need to take Kiana back.
It doesn't have to be roleplay because it would probably actually take a minute. But Zamani does want to actually go to the kids and actually have it a nice moment and also a laying out of things that you could do that you can't do anymore because it's dangerous for you, all of those kinds of
Yeah.
things.
how are you for time throughout this week, Jen? For various streams, could we pull you
this
in if
is-
you? Or
This
your
is
own
my
time?
first week back at classes.
Understandable.
um,
holiday. So, as you do this, one by one, you check on the kids. They seem to be
yeah.
predominantly all right. A bit shaken. Some of them are still kind of just trying to settle in. Some of them thought it wasn't going to be real and they'd wake back up. Some are more or less comfortable with it. It'll take a while for this to settle in and for their emotions to become more apparent.
I
Mhm.
will take Zilly and Owen aside as the two oldest, and kind of ask them if they would help Emerlin and everybody because this is their first time out. I know that they're also adjusting to everything, but if you can help make sure everybody stays together and is okay.
Mhm.
Well, I have to go away. Is that okay?
Yeah, they are happy to do so. You throw a keen eye over Elrin's elven form, and perhaps it's the innate panic or the weird night's sleep, but do you spot horns starting to sprout?
Des, you fucked with me enough. Can you stop? Unless this is real, can you stop?
I am not messing with you.
But he's an elf.
Correct. He is of elven lineage.
Is he a tiefling?
Sometimes tiefling comes later in life. Sometimes the skin color matches. Same elven, and the horns sprout slowly. Look at Donovan. He's a genasi, but has tiefling lineage.
Is this a new thing?
Well, he wasn't able to mature age at all after.
Oh, I'm asking you as the DM. Is this a fuck you thing that's coming from the 117K? Or is this just him growing as he's supposed to be growing? Because...
You wouldn't know.
Oh, fuck you then. Okay.
Look, if it was a fuck you from the Lord of Decay, maybe all of them would be sprouting horns soon.
Okay.
Speaking of which,
Speaking of which, as you throw it, no, that's Des fucking with you.
Okay.
No, this may have been in Elrond's blood the entire time, but it just hasn't had a chance to develop because he's been.
He hasn't been growing because he's been a oobly boobly.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
I'll give him a little bump. I'm like, are you okay? It's like you're getting some little horns.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Here. And she's gonna pull out like a little thing of lotion. He's like, if it starts to hurt around where they're growing up, put this on, okay? It should help.
Understood. Can do.
Okay. And she's gonna give them like little fist bumps and hugs and give it like all of the kids like who want
Sadie
hugs.
just cringes when you try and give her a fist bump.
Hit her with the sheesh.
So yeah, she gives all the kids hugs and then they're off to go on another adventure. Hopefully a less traumatic one.
Are you bringing them all back to Ariel with you?
No,
Are you sure?
they're staying down here.
it's safe down here.
It is
None of
safe
safe
down
out there.
here. They're not going back yet.
Okay, there's something I wanted to touch on briefly. They want to go back.
Oh, we haven't. There was no conversation of that, so I didn't realize that they wanted to go back. I thought that they enjoyed being with Emerald and wanted to stay with Emerald.
No, they like being with Emrathan. They want him to come, but
Emrathan.
they want to go back to school. They want to go back to Kelsier. They want to.
Okay, so if you're.
Is
don't
the
know
moment
if
where
it's
you have to be the
safe.
parent, or do you do what they want, or do you do I'm the parent and what I say goes?
Yeah. Really?
Compromise.
Would you be okay with staying for a little bit longer down here? There's one more bad guy who's running around, as far as we know. And
There's
we just need
always
to
bad
make.
guys.
I know that there's always bad guys, but even especially now, she's gonna give him a little poke in the tummy and be like, "You're a lot more squishy than you were before." By being a lot less squishy. Would you guys like to have some classes down here for the time being?
Make me a
I can't
persuasion check.
guarantee. I can't guarantee that you guys would be safe up top yet, or at least the normal kind of safe. You said persuasion, right?
Yeah.
I have a bad time. What is my persuasion? Thank goodness I have good persuasion. 16.
16. They
Yeah,
don't
I rolled a
seem
nat
happy.
one.
Nat
don't
one,
seem
they do
happy.
not seem happy. Some of them are like just starting to like get very annoyed. Some
It's like,
are like
okay.
it's becoming like this little echo chamber of angry children.
You're like, okay, calm down.
Make another persuasion check to try and calm them.
We can have an actual discussion about this if you all actually calm down, okay?
DC 80.
It's all parenthood.
Okay,
is,
that
it's
was a
just-
nat 20, so 35.
Now, do you think that's a fair, like, as a parent? Do you think that's a fair, like, 36?
That DC is too low.
Can you help me instead? Because I'd appreciate it.
Let me tell you, Jen, calm down. Don't you fucking tell me to calm down.
It works on maybe, like, half of them. And then, like, some of them are just like, wanting to like wander off and be like, I want to go. This voice is like,
Yeah. Fine. Zelly, I know that you and Elrin, as the oldest, have been acting as the people who take care of them the most. Especially Zelly knows a lot about the dangers that we've been fighting. Do you think that it makes sense for me to take you guys up top right now? Realistically.
Elrin kind of steps forward.
Persuade me.
I think you've taken the steps down the path to try and give us a normal childhood, and to deny us that as we are on the cusp of having it is cruel. We're about to be able to go back up to the surface, to be back in school with some of the friends we've made and the teachers we like and the home we know, where the rooms you finally tried to set up for us. And if you take it away from us now, you dangle it in front of our face.
That's a valid reason.
You see that? They just go.
Okay, my question then is, what if something bad happens? What if you guys get attacked while we're away?
What if we get attacked down here? We could get
The
attacked
chances-
wherever we are.
The chances of you getting attacked right here are much lower. And Zamani will go through the reasons why, like for like just the normal like Ijin Sandia, like all of the layers of protection that they have here that they don't have up top. Yes, you could be attacked
Arael
here.
Keep is nothing but your allies. Down here, you have made enemies.
It's bold of you to assume that Ariel is only allies.
It is more.
It is more. It's also much more exposed. How will you protect each other up there?
You have one person watching 12 bodies down here now.
True.
They don't know we're separated up there. They won't know to look for 12 people.
It's a fair point. Cow!
Oh, she got the dad. She's gone. Children being too convincing. Get the dad.
We're getting back up.
How's just been like running around, putting everything in order, like fundamentally his mom and everything, just walks by and is like, yes, Zamani.
Elrin's being too
How are you?
logical.
The kids want to go up top.
Hope you slept. All right.
So we're having a discussion of the pros and cons because I believe that they
Right.
should stay down here. 'Cause I
Right,
think that
and
it would be
as do
safer
I.
for them.
That is something that you and I both discussed. It is
So Zamani just like does the hand wave for Elrin to like say his whole spiel as to why that he
Wow.
believes that they should go up top.
You finally made your way to ensuring a normal childhood for us, and at the last moment to snatch it away from us is cruel. As we all thought we'd be returning home. We
Yeah.
have rooms up there that you've set for us, while the world below is pretty and new. It's not where you've told us home is, and to uproot us constantly isn't fair.
I agree.
You're
with
quite
all of
right.
that.
You're quite right. It is not fair. But you have to understand that this change is merely a temporary thing. We don't plan to force you to remain down here for years to come. It's merely just from perhaps even just a month or so. It's a short-term thing, whilst we sort out some
I would
difficult
like to
situations on the
counterpoint.
surface.
Do you think it better for us to be around the world below's mages to try and suppress our abilities? For those of us that can't control them, or Kelsier and the teachers that you know and trust?
I trust Kelsier.
I do too.
I don't really trust any of the others yet. If I'm to be honest with you, Alan, down here, at least within the keep, within the palace, within the people that my family know, I trust them.
We don't.
And that is fair. You have not spent as much time down here. nor have you grown to really bond. Your time down here hasn't been spent in classes. It's been spent with my father. Very different environment. You haven't had the same close proximity with someone like Kelsier as a teacher, as someone to help lead you through these things, which
ask you a
can
question?
change.
All of the points that you've made have been absolutely fair. Are they worth the risk, though, of you getting attacked and not being able to defend yourselves, and then either potentially being taken as hostages in order to get to us, or to be killed? Because those are, to be very adult and very honest with you, those are the reasons why I've made the decisions we have been making to keep you guys down here up until this point. Because the invasion showed us that home isn't always as safe as we want it to be.
Yeah.
I agree. What I ask of you is unfair. And it sucks and it's not fun. But I worry that in order to indulge you, to make things right by you, to make things fair, we'll put you at risk and we could lose you. Some or all of you.
We need you to trust us when we say that we don't want to keep you down here for a long time at all. We do want you to return to Ariel. That is your home, and you will return there.
He kind of looks
I
to,
promise you that.
to Zelly. They kind of nod at each other, although they hive mind to them any longer. Elrin kind of looks back at you, his eyes narrow.
Mhm.
I have tried to make you see reason with my logic, so I will try emotion now.
Wait, before you start with your
No,
emotion
no.
now, I am simply asking you to reply
I
to the
prefer the
question I
logic.
asked. No, stop. Both of you stop.
This is more important.
Okay.
Arthas didn't let us see the sunlight either.
Phew. So, something... Okay, I know I just had a Jin response. Something that he will see, though, because like he's always seeing like the put together mom, like Zamani that she's tried to put up. He will see something in her break a little bit.
Yeah, they have responded to, I will hurt my parents to get what I want now.
True, but like, you know, when like, because like, you know, as a kid, you're like, oh, I'll hurt my parents, it'll be fine. And then when you see that you actually hurt them, you're like, oh, fuck,
Mhm.
wait,
Mm-hmm.
this is
Stay
bad.
strong, Zamani. Stay strong.
No,
I'm enjoying Viddy just there, just like watching, like front row
I'm trying
seats.
to roleplay, shut up. He will see that tick happen, and like her,
Mhm.
like it looks like she's probably about to cry for a second before she like sucks it back in. Do you think I'm like him?
Kind of looks to Zelly. No. But we don't want to be underground.
I don't want you to be underground either. But you understand the comparison that you just made, right?
It was a calculated risk.
What do you think you were risking?
The plan is an emotional response to make you act on what we want to get what we want.
Yes, but what do you think you risked?
Hurting your feelings.
So is this the way that you wanted things to go?
I was hoping you would have caved in.
Yes. I understand that. So do you think me denying you makes me like him?
That was the implication I was trying to draw, although I do not
Yes,
believe
but
it.
I am... well, it's a good thing that you don't believe it, because if you did, I would be even more hurt. No.
Well, Zelly, I tried. Up to you. As he walks away. He just... He's like almost unfazed by this, almost he was reading a script. As she just goes,
Yeah.
His idea, not mine.
Really?
I'm okay down here. You know what? All good.
Zelly.
Underground, love it.
Zelly. His idea?
A collection of ideas.
Hmm. So do you believe it then?
You don't have it in you to be that bad.
Of course I don't, because I actually care about you.
Hmm.
Which is why I want you guys to stay down here for now.
All right. Worth a try.
What is worth, I am with Zamani on all of this as well.
You're just trying not to be in trouble.
I have. No, I think we are doing the right thing here. Thank you very much. Do not try and reflect this back onto me. There's time for that later.
I mean, this guy only piping up after you settled it.
I
Just looks at
understand.
Zelly like, you cheeky little shit. But also try not to laugh as well. Like,
Zamani is not laughing. I understand that you don't want to be down here. I understand that it feels like you're in limbo. And I understand that you want to get to be normal kids and do all of the things that normal kids get to do. And believe me, I want that for all of you. But I want that for all of you. And I'm not okay with risking any of your lives in order to get that right now when I know that it's a very real possibility.
Okay.
I will do what I can to make sure that things are more okay for you before you go back to the surface. Is
Sure.
there anything that I can do while you're down here to
Mm,
make things better? I could try to get a tutor or two. Some more teachers.
I'm sure Wrestling can figure that out. I don't think you know tutors down here.
I don't, but I do know the people who can get them.
So do I.
yeah, me.
But we have more authority than you do.
I think Amrathan has more authority than both of you do.
True. But I'm not talking about us versus Amrathan. I'm talking about us versus you.
Oh yeah, they're gonna say no, don't get an education.
Okay. Will you all be okay?
I'll be okay when I get my crown.
I know you will. But really, though, are you all okay?
She kind of looks over them. I don't know if they are. I used to.
Are you?
I don't know.
Losing control is scary.
It's done. What's
True.
done is done.
It's question. Cal, is Zelly's name in your book? Do you have a spot?
I think I do because Kelverith increased the limit on the slots by like a
Equal to
lot.
your proficiency
So I think
bonus.
yeah. So I've still
Your
got
slots are basically
Actually,
charisma modifier plus intelligence modifier plus proficiency bonus.
Yes.
So
So I just
however
need,
many of the
I'll double
kids-
check for you. I'll double check for you.
Depending on your slots, of course, and like if you want to. Either Zelly or Elwyn
I
or
have one
both or
slot.
whatever you want.
I have one slot left.
Okay.
Scrubs
Oh.
out Samael's name, writes in the kids.
I will
Yes.
role play amongst yourselves. I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
Okay.
I believe
We're
out
talking
of
to the kids.
character-
So Zelly,
Today's been a hard day, guys.
yeah, I know. God, we haven't even left yet, and it's just been struggle.
I know poor Vinny is over here just like
Been like, can
Look,
I
I've got
play?
my popcorn. I am all ready to go. I'm just enjoying this. Okay.
Look,
Don't
Vidi,
you
you have
worry.
front row seats. You have front row seats now.
Exactly. Mhm.
I'm just saying, the
You
best
have to-
part of parenting is when you give
I
them
was
back.
muted.
Damn.
So Donovan, who do you think this new friend of Kelsey is going to be? What are your bets? What do you think?
Gromathia.
I am. Oh,
Let's.
surely it's some sort of agent of Who knows? There'll be some sort of intelligence agent that has a guide, or I don't know. I honestly don't know, Mikasiel. I'd call it
Okay.
the lack of sleep talking, call it the lack of context,
Mhm.
but
Fair enough.
there'll be someone who can take us to him, put me in front of him, and I can kill him.
Well, if they're related to, if they are a friend of Kelsier and they know of Gromathir, there's a high chance they're probably a member of the Humming Cloaks, or an ex-member, or associated in some way.
What do I know about the humming cloak stairs? I don't know,
It's
Nathan.
not there.
Roll me a history check.
What we know about the roll me a
is-
history check. I can do this.
Not
True.
good, Des.
You literally can.
Okay. You've never heard of the humming
What
cloaks.
we know of the Humming Cloaks, in terms of the Kingslayers at least, is that they are not a secretive organization, but they're a knowledge-based organization that is around, particularly interested in. I'm trying to remember the exact purview,
They're up
but
the
basically a
north,
lot of
aren't
it's
they?
about in Arvagrad. If you look in Arvagrad, they're about
Yeah.
finding parts of the weave, about investigating magic, about investigating
Hey.
lost ruins and stuff like that along the way. Very much involved
hey,
in that
Des.
side of things.
What are we answering?
I was just
we don't
because
require you. It's fine.
no, no.
Grab, take over.
Resolved it. They resolved it.
Yeah. All right. So, can you roll me a history check, Nate?
Yeah, sure.
No.
What are we
Worse.
rolling for?
We need a roll for initiative to determine who's the DM for the day.
Not it.
No, we were.
Oh, God.
So,
Yeah.
Donnie and Merc were, or Merc started hypothetically discussing who this mystery friend is of Kelsier's with Donnie, and mentioned the Humming Cloaks, and then Ref had Nate roll history.
I did not roll well.
You wouldn't know
Yeah,
much.
and I
about
will
it.
not use
So
my
you weren't in
inspiration for
Arvagrad
it.
much.
Yeah.
So,
Wrong side of the country.
Jalcinder, you get Zelly's name in your book and prepare to depart.
And Elrin. And Elrin, because my proficiency goes up with the level up.
Okay.
So I get both of them. And for the sake of expediency, I'm going to take out. Well, I've still got his name in here, and I don't really need it, but I'm going to take out Barod's name because he's no longer really in charge of the keep. I can just go with Vocatil. So I'm going to take his name out, and I'm going to get my dad to put his name in there instead.
So your mom and your dad?
So I'll have them both in there.
Nice.
Oh, that's cute.
You know, exactly. I got to stay in contact with my parents.
Positive
But anyway,
relationships with
Mikhail.
family.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
It's some children, but I wish they would hurry up. Apparently, we have places to be.
Right.
We're
Also,
not
just-
taking
just
that
for-
long.
No, I'm not taking that long. I would say as well, in between, like walking to the rest of the group and everything, Cal would try his best to just fill Zamani in on the whole meeting with Cal's mum, what happened, the stuff, what she said that she was going to do, how she was going to help, and yeah, everything along with that.
Yeah.
Just as Zamani's not out of the loop.
And with
And
us,
Merc will
Oh, wonderful.
bundle
About
all of
time.
Kiana's stuff together.
as you
I
get
found
everything
this
ready.
batch of soup. It's quite good. It's possible coffee.
With that, you call in favors between the various allies you have to get teleported back to Ariel Keep. Bringing whatever you require with you. The day comes
One
to
corpse, please.
you. One
Yeah.
corpse. I imagine you go through Rubentier as you
Yeah.
get brought to Ariel Keep.
Yeah.
It is midday. There is people waiting for you in the castle. You make your way. You
Right.
see a small little like dining area has been set up. You see a familiar face in Kelsier, kind of just sitting out on the greenery in the courtyard of Ariel Keep with a quite interesting looking Corvathil. How do you approach them?
Donovan walks
Raising hand.
straight up.
Yeah.
Elzia, good to see you.
Nice
I
to
trust
meet you
this
as
is your friend you mentioned.
Yeah, obviously kind of puts down so much tea, stands up, dusts himself up. Everyone, I would like you to meet a close confidant of mine. Zephyros is a former, well, still a Humming Cloak, but a former contact of mine within the Humming Cloaks.
I
Hold
will
it.
Lovely to meet you.
take a silver piece out of my pocket and give it to Macastio.
Hold it.
Hello, friends of Kelsier.
Hi.
Yes. Pleasure to meet you. I am Calicindia. I don't know how much he has told you about us or myself, but pleasure.
Look very tired.
It's been a long night, past few days, months. It's been a long time.
Hmm.
Also, the kids got split up, so we didn't really sleep well.
Yes.
Talk about that another time, but
Just want to let you know, it's a long story, but
I'm
Are they
Merc.
okay?
yes, they were kind of combined into
Mhm.
one very swishy body, and so now they've been returned to how they were before.
I
It's a long, weird story.
have
It's just now
Sorry,
we have a classroom of children.
questions.
Hello, I'm Donovan. Don't get them started. It'll take all night.
Yeah.
That's true.
Understood, Donovan.
Calicidia, Macastiel, Zamani.
Yeah.
Still?
So
Is
you're
that
here to
mine?
help us?
Yes, I believe information that Zeph contains may prove helpful for friends of Kelsier.
Thank you. Would you like to go inside and chat about it, or
perhaps somewhere a little
If you
more
would like.
closed off. Just
Mhm.
prying ears and all that.
Right.
that's why Zamani offered to go inside to figuring did they go to part
The usual place, Calicinder's war room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The
Slash
office that
library, which has been converted into a library now.
Does Zeph have any obvious weapons on them?
Yeah, Donnie goes
yeah.
straight into threat assessment mode. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
So
Merc does it, but
from
less good.
from the top down, I mean, can I ask for a perception check or passive perception?
As for it.
All right. Here we go.
Gladly. I was
and you
hoping for an
mentioned
insight check, if that's all right,
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
said proficiency bonus would go up
because
as
I want
well,
to
yeah.
understand intent and capability.
Mhm.
Wonderful. 22.
22.
I got a 37 perception with a nat 20. Hi, it's me.
Stop.
Wow.
I'm broken.
Wow. Okay. I guess we'll just go from the top then. So, Zeph is a, even when greeting individuals, he has a hood up, and it kind of blinds the back half of his periphery, but relatively seems open and friendly. Their posture is diminished. They're definitely a lot taller than they currently look because there's a little bit of a hunch going on. In terms of weapons, you see that there's a battered scimitar on the backside, on their side, and you see that there is nearby, because they were sitting down, a pack on the ground with a bow on top of it.
Are you really good with that? A gesture to the bow.
I would like to imagine. I've had much practice.
Oh, good. Hunter?
Something like that.
Good, at least we're not going to starve.
You say that like I can't shoot things.
And I can't make food out of thin air. You can make food out of thin air. Can't you?
I'm just saying, the money usually requires motivation. It's nice to have someone with natural talent.
Wow. Okay. Kind of rude. Understandable though.
Okay.
That's fair.
So, I'm sorry. It is a day for introductions. Kelzer, is it?
Kelsey, I don't believe we've met.
We have not, sir.
Made a new friend,
I've done a-
Kelsier.
That's.
I'm-
Did you pick them up along the way?
Yeah.
My name is
Yeah,
Donovan Bailey. I am a associate and sometimes savior of the kingfishers.
No, you're a king.
Sometimes.
At this point, you're basically a kingfisher. Welcome to the club.
We're not getting into all
mean,
this
yes.
again, are we?
Yeah, no, I was hoping we wouldn't. Donovan
Anyway.
has been helping us quite a lot recently.
All right.
He's been a great ally to have.
It seems we have collected another. Shall we go inside and find out where this lich lives?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was curious to find out whatever information it is you've found.
So,
I
as
just
you-
like the lich lives.
as you make
Yeah,
your way.
It was really
into-
hard to say.
The lich lives lavishly.
Okay, sorry, Des.
It's okay. You make your way through, or I'll keep trying to make a steady and strict pace to the library. As you get in, the door is closed, and because you're kind of last one to enter, walks kind of center of the room. So I sent out, based on what you talked to me about, a request to my old contacts in the Humming Cloak. I had with the knowledge of Gromathir, something obviously has to be done. I reached out to the leader of the Humming Cloaks, Eris. She's a friend. She promised to have someone look into it. So I put in I waited and a hopeful word that an old contact, you see. Zephyr is what we would have called a wayfinder. It's one of the ranks within the Humming Cloaks. I won't bog you down with the interworkings of the functionality, but at its core, wayfinders are scouts and trackers. They look to navigate treacherous terrains and find hidden ruins. They would have passed on information to what I used to have been a pathfinder, someone who would lead the expeditions into ruins and the uncharted territories that were found by the wayfinders. And I happen to know someone who's quite good at it, and that would combine with the knowledge of somebody who also would have known my brother. And, well, Zeph found the location. And if what we believe to be true, he's getting ready to move. I don't think we'll find him again if you don't take your opportunity.
All right.
Where is he?
Right?
Man, based on coordinations surrounding area and the searchings of Zeph, we know his exact locations to be on an old discarded ruins that he's turned into his lair east of Arvigrad, near the northern shorelines.
Yes, it's just over the hill.
Not too far.
Right.
You know this land well?
Traveled it
Good.
often.
Right.
And the measure of his strength. Does he command an army? A battalion? 3 friends? Playing dice games?
Zeph, can you roll me a history check?
Absolutely.
And there's just on the map.
So sorry.
So you're talking like that sort of area?
Yeah, that sort of area.
Cool.
History?
History, please.
17.
17. Any lich worth their weight in salt is going to have a respectable lair full of unpleasantries, whether it is animated or reanimated, traps or tricks. There will be hardship. You made your way to the outside entrance, and even on that, you know that the initial doorway into the lair is actually false. Arcane trap in its own right that is designed to, well, push on through, and you'll find out. Be zappered to the door, whatever way it would be. it's going to be dangerous. You didn't quite go too deep inside. You scouted the outskirts and the comings and goings. There's a lot of materials that are being brought forward because, yeah, casting a teleportation to move one person isn't hard. Hell, even 10, 12 people isn't hard, but a layer, that's going to require a lot of chalk.
Me and my companion, we spent a lot of time trying to find alternate entrance. However, because that is not our duty, we discovered the lay of the land as best we could. There is something very unnatural underneath the surface.
When you
Makes
say
sense.
companion, where are they?
See invisibility.
We will
Yeah,
meet
I'm
them shortly.
okay.
Let's
Right.
just say
Is this-
they're a little shy is the word.
Ah,
Mm-hmm.
happens.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Well,
Fair enough.
I suppose
Thank you for doing all of that work.
Yes, we do appreciate this.
there's a slight
course.
bit more to it.
For the friends of Kazia and the friends of the Humming Cloak, it is my responsibility.
Though
I'm just glad for
there's
that.
The other part. I've
Mm.
been talking to Zeph. And, well, I know how the Humming Cloaks work. I was with them for shy too long, or not long enough, depending on who you ask. Chromathere is a stain for them, as well as us. An
Right.
issue of my blood and their reputation. If Zeph is still agreeing to it, he has been asked by the Archivist Heiress to help reclaim the lost information that the Humming Cloaks lost with Chromathere.
Indeed, at the
Okay.
request of Eris themselves.
I think they could be a strong ally to you if you would all tackle it head on together.
Of course.
Of course. Use
At this
powerful
stage, we would.
friends.
More allies are something we definitely appreciate.
Yes.
Yes.
Seems like
But,
your enemies grow and grow every day, so to have allies do
Yes.
the same would be amazing.
And hopefully, by eliminating Gromethir together, our list of enemies grows a little bit smaller.
Mm.
Before it starts to grow once again, of course.
So we noticed your command, or at least your use of the bow. Do you have any other skills in terms of, are you arcanely endowed is the wrong word. Gifted. That's I'm an idiot.
I don't know. I like that word.
It's midnight.
Biddy,
shush.
how endowed is Zeph?
Yeah,
for it.
Biddy. How endowed is that?
Zeph
Asking the important questions.
We're talking
Exactly.
3 or 4.
picks up a stick and
Bonk.
casts like shillelagh through it.
Ooh.
And it begins
You're
to glow
druid.
Okay.
slightly.
Druidic.
Good.
This is the extent of my magical capabilities.
Right.
Okay.
While we're on
Anything
that
is
topic,
useful.
and probably not for Zeph, but more for Kilzir. I've had some dealings with Lichdom. Hard
Yes.
to kill without knowing where the anchor is.
We believe it to be in his lair.
Is he also in his lair?
Right.
He is
Okay.
sporadically, I believe.
Okay. So we may have the opportunity to get
One
rid
thing
of the anchor
I am
while he's-
curious about for Yusef, a development recently that the Kingfishers have done is there was a, I suppose, almost vagabond style group of raven folk mercenaries that you would have seen set up a rookery around here. How would that make you feel? of more Corvithil in the area. Would that be affecting how you're moving? They're not of your your past, so to speak, but it
I
is
believe
odd seeing Corvithil setting up a rookery somewhere.
that it is definitely at the forefront of Zeph's mind. The mission comes first, but this is something that is important to him. So definitely keeping an eye out just to make sure that the rookery has the greatest chance of success and survival. But is generally not looking to interface and interact with them.
Okay. I was mostly curious to see how that would, if that would change your motivation or movement or anything.
Right. I believe that I did leave out a pretty key detail. With Zeph specifically, you would have noticed that with other Corvithil, they present their wings whenever they're introduced or meeting a person for the first time. You do not see any wings present, and they're not tucked away because you could see the outline of his torso through his cloak.
When he was walking away, would we have seen like stumps through the clothes or anything like that, or just couldn't tell that there were wings at all?
I mean, with like a 37, you probably would have seen like
my passive is my passive's 37.
Yeah, you definitely would have seen like slight protrusions.
Okay, cool.
But because of the way the fabric moves and flows and stuff.
I would also say, as Mani, you would recognize it from your time dealing with Anatari. It's a very similar affliction.
Well, all right. Let's go to kill an undead wizard.
Yeah.
Yes. Is there anything else further we should know about Gromothir? Any more updates about either him or his base? That's important.
No,
Right. Perfect.
not so much.
Perfect.
Travel
We
should
think
be
I-
relatively easy. No inclement weather over the next few days. We should arrive when we arrive.
Wonderful.
Fair.
Well, one for a guide, and it's nice that I'm not in that position this time. And probably one for you, Calicidia. But how are we going to get there, and how far are we going to be to get there?
I guess that depends on if we're allowed to teleport, which is a little hesitant.
we can get you to Avograd. I'm fairly confident.
Right.
Okay.
I'll be off camera for a little bit, but I will be here. I just won't be on camera.
That's all right.
Okay.
Well, if you do have a teleportation circle that I might be permitted access to, I can take us there.
Zephyros, how far from Ardregard, the city, to where we need to go?
Depends on how fast you travel. Me and my companion, for example, we travel relatively quickly when unhindered.
Okay.
Took us a couple days. May have gotten slightly distracted.
It's about 7 days travel, from what you know.
Okay.
Inclement weather, not for a couple of days. Are you expecting a storm coming in?
The weather has been slightly unpredictable.
Donnie, as you say, are you expecting a storm? You just hear a clap of thunder off in the distance. Just
Right.
I'm pretty.
Now,
always
I
expect
did-
a storm now.
Yeah.
the storm should not be a problem. I can mitigate that somewhat, but I'd rather get there early.
So how badly did you piss off Liz African when you were making your choices, Merrick?
Oh, I mean,
Well, you haven't heard anything
he
back
wasn't there.
from the Zephycan since you've made the choice to serve Nemevana, right?
I haven't, but
But
Well, I
Oh,
mean, when
we're
you were
overdue then.
when
We're
you were
overdue in
making
that
your
case.
choices.
Kingfishers, respectfully, and with company. Perhaps that is a story for the road.
Okay.
Yes, very true.
Well, I was just wondering because you all seem to be expecting a storm, and since I wasn't there, I was like, oh,
Mm.
Oh,
Yeah.
I always expect a storm. It's not always me though.
I mean that's fair. It makes sense with the whole.
But and I'll do a couple of electrical coils just for Zamani's enjoyment. Well, what is that? What are our movements like? Are we going now?
I mean, I'm good to leave if you guys are, but if you would rather take the day to rest and we can head out in the morning, or if there are any supplies that you need to gather, we can also do so.
I wouldn't mind just having a brief. Well, I suppose we can head out later today. I just wouldn't mind a brief meeting with Verkatil and Ruvendir while I have them here.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
so,
sure.
We're happy to do
what
so.
time is it?
It's like close
Late
to
morning?
like. No, because you would have had to get up, talk to the kids, get stuff sorted around there. I'd say it's maybe like
Yeah.
2-3 in the afternoon.
If you
Okay.
want to, we can.
Okay.
I'm fine with spending the rest of the day here and then heading out in the morning.
Why don't you guys do that, Zephyros? I'd be interested to see your colleague. I'd be interested to be introduced. The
Same, actually.
opportunity to meet a new person is quite enticing to me.
Indeed. One request.
Of course.
Mhm.
Don't freak out.
We've seen a lot.
I've
There
seen
is
so
a lot
much.
to. It takes a lot to surprise me. I have a unique
Are you
skill set.
sure? Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Yes.
It would be
Yes. Merc
Okay.
with the most deadpan expression, just like, yes.
fine. No insight necessary. I know Mercastiel is wigging out a little.
Yeah.
Oi.
I will be fine. I do not speak for the rest of my companions, but
I've seen more things than I care to talk about. I think I'll be okay.
let's go and meet a
I
new
saw
friend.
3 gods yesterday. I was fine.
Just do not.
Hey, you've seen
freak
one,
out.
you've seen them all.
Any sudden movements may be ill-advised when meeting Tuvu for the first time. They are very,
Tuvu.
very shy.
Okay.
All right.
The kind of shy that
Um,
lashes out in violence.
Yes, we have a very mutual respect of one another,
Right.
and it is part of their nature.
Okay.
I like them
Okay.
already. We will keep a distance and keep a respectful palate.
Thank you for the warning.
Where do we?
It's very
where do we go?
required.
Hmm.
Where do we go?
So you make
Because
your way out to the courtyard.
Okay,
And
so it's been like we were told that it would be a couple of hours, but this is like the next day, right?
no. This is the same day.
This is the same
couple
day.
hours later.
Okay,
How would you call Tuvu back? Like, what's your approach?
I would I could whistle a little better usually, but like it is usually like a whistle of some kind.
Okay. So-
Merc looks to the sky because she's just like, it must
A
be a flying
long,
companion.
drawn out whistle, and nothing. But a couple seconds later, Marcus, you feel
coming?
like a slight rumble. Then maybe like 20 seconds later, everyone feels a bit bigger of a rumble. Then about
Just looking at the ground, just keeping track.
I'm
About-
watching Zephyrus's gaze. I push Calicindia and Mercastiel backwards.
Yeah.
after about 30 more seconds, all the rumbling stops, and then you see cropping up, the ground shakes. You feel like you can feel the vibrations in your bones, and then just this small, like maybe like basketball-sized boulder just pops up between Zeph's legs. Just kind of pivots like a submarine periscope, just looking around.
That's the
Hello,
companion.
friend.
Hello.
It's okay. They are friends.
Small for all the rumbles.
As you say that, as Zeph says it's okay, it doesn't even move. It just rises as just
Mhm.
Zeph is now on the shoulders as this thing rises, 2, 3 feet out the ground, 4, 5. The arms come out and on the ground. It starts lifting itself up as if pulling itself up out of a pool, and raises to be about 20 foot tall. It looks over all of you. The kind of the emotionless boulder looking at all of you kind of stares intently, and the
Remember,
large elemental
don't freak
hands
out.
reach down to the statuesque marble face near the stomach, and it kind of just writes that to be a little bit more crooked, like a little bit more at you, and then kind of boom boom like gorilla style. The 2 fists go down, and it just
An earth elemental.
Indeed.
This is going to be awesome.
This is my first time meeting one. Hi, it's lovely to meet you. I'm Zamani.
You are beautiful.
Tuva
says
is
nothing.
quite a wonderful
Hello.
creature.
Wait, what? I
Again?
thought I heard Des talking, but then I heard you talking, so I wasn't sure. Like,
Ah,
Biddy again?
so Tuva is quite the wonderful creature, but you must keep in mind, a creature is a creature, companion or not.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting
Understandable.
that.
Merc,
How
remember,
do we
don't
say
freak out.
hello?
I mean, it's so tall. Do you
Said that it was
understand
tall?
me? Merc will say in Primordial.
as you say in Primordial, look at you. As it kind of like you hear, everyone else hears a slow. Who else speaks Primordial?
I do.
Yeah.
Let me double check. Actually.
Oh, I do.
no,
Yeah.
I do not.
Just
Why
that you're
can everybody
dramatic.
suddenly speak primordial?
I can
Because
speak
I
a
think-
lot of languages.
Donnie's a
Donnie is
genetic.
Give me
like
10 seconds. I can cast comprehend
Yeah.
languages.
Thanks, I'd appreciate that. Because I
Oh,
don't
Donnie's a
know
Genasi.
primordial.
Yeah, of course he can.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, as all of you, bar Zamani,
I was
Yeah.
given speak with whatever.
No,
Comprehend
that only
languages.
affects me.
Oh, fuck you. Never mind.
So-
Yeah, no, I'm just like very confused.
I will just be
Let's do that.
translating it.
Thank you.
the voice kind of comes across, goes, "Oh, hello."
Aw.
You can speak
Hello.
primordial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Figured it was a useful language to pick up. You know, why speak
I
one when you
can't
can
speak
speak
it,
four?
but I can understand it with this spell.
Your accent is
Hmm.
a little funny about it, but you're doing okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. It's got a sharp kind of bite to it.
Yeah.
You are a beautiful creature.
No.
Maybe come and say hello.
Oh, he said no. Aw.
Oh.
Oh, baby needs some confidence.
I mean, you
May
are
I
certainly
come in?
impressive, Tuvu.
Kind of, it looks up. The boulder kind of rolls in place. There's no face on it, so it's very difficult to discern what's it looking at. But Zeph, you know, it's looking at you for some form of reassurance.
It is okay. They are friends. They mean well.
Okay.
May I introduce my friends?
Mortals like names.
Of course. I am Donovan. This is Mercastio. We both speak. We both speak your language.
Mercastio.
So we're happy to converse as much as or as little as you like. This is Zamani. She doesn't speak
Zamani.
any languages. And Kalasindia. He's a bit of an off. Try and stay away from him. He's
Watch it.
strange.
Alright, no worries, Donovan. I'll keep that in mind.
That is
But-
very good. He likes you.
Mhm.
May I approach you?
Why?
To and I'll extend a hand to greet you.
It looks back up at you, Zeph.
Yeeted.
You're gonna get crushed.
So, we do not encounter very many people. So this is something that Tuvu is not very familiar with. It is not a sign of disrespect. It is.
No. The disrespect would be on me. I do not know your customs. I wish to respect such a unique individual.
Okay.
It reminds the way that you're talking for him. He reminds me of like the big thing that we fought in the forest when we were going to the Eye of Ruin.
Mm-hmm.
It reminds me of. I like it.
Yeah.
Hey, this is
Zeph,
good. Yes.
I found silver.
Oh, you did.
Yeah.
Where is it? And he's looking around.
You see, it
Onto
kind
his
of just
body.
like the hand kind of like demagnifies, and he shakes it, and like a bunch of like silver coins just fall off of him. He was lying in a bag on the ground outside of the mine.
Outside of the mine, you said.
Yeah, just outside.
Kelly just stole your earnings for the
no.
month.
Oh,
That's the
awesome.
season's earnings right
dear. Kelsier.
No, don't worry about that. This is
What do-
spoils well earned.
Wait, but we, as far as let me know if I'm wrong, Des, but we mine silver. We don't mint coins.
Correct.
So
Mhm.
this,
It's like
this is
25
not
silver
normal.
pieces.
Or is someone's earnings for the month?
Yeah, probably like a mine workers, which like saw him and freaked out and ran away and dropped his coin purse.
Probs.
Just very like
Nice.
Zeph just puts a hand on top of Tuva, like very well done, friend. You're
A weird deer was running away.
you were going after deer.
It ran on two legs.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh,
two-legged deer.
right.
Was it a
Right. Very common among
No fur.
Mm-hmm. The furless
Deer
two-legged deer.
Everyone's just talking
Uh,
primordial. It's only like, "Da-da-da."
You mean like, I mean
No.
like this, and Merkel like tap her hooves on the ground because I assume some form of earth-based sense.
Oh, yeah, no, I had two of those.
Tuva, did they have a high voice or a low voice?
I don't know if deer bleat or what is the... Do they baa like sheep? What's the term?
Deer mostly scream.
I believe they call it speaking or screaming.
No words. It was all right.
Okay.
Indeed.
Oh,
Because he doesn't understand common.
I like him a lot.
Oh no.
Zeph is kind of looking for Kelsier.
Yeah, Kelsier's like looking at, like kind of curiously, quizzically at you.
Kelsier, do you happen to know if there is a collection of miners who are looking for this amount of silver coin?
Well, the mine is a little bit away, so they wouldn't quite be back yet if they were reporting an issue.
Indeed. And it may take some time because they may be scared shitless out of their mind.
Yes.
I can't see why Merc looking up to, speaking in common now, but looking up to the massive earth elemental.
So you sent them to the mines and we didn't warn the miners?
I asked my friend because he is very shy, as I said before, to go explore some nearby mines. We've
That's-
done this before.
We probably should have told you that they were
Right.
active mines
I
and not abandoned.
when
Awesome.
we explored last, they weren't very active. So Zeph assumed.
That's fair. It happens.
There was only deer.
Zeph also requests to go find silver. Should have specified ore.
Yep.
No, this is so much better. Ooh.
Oh well. Is
Learn
it
for
okay
next
if I
time.
gather it up in a bag? I don't want to approach and offend or anything.
Oh, man, I can't wait till you tell him to find platinum.
Tuvu, excellent work. Zamani is going to collect the silver.
Zamani.
Is that okay? Okay. You are all good, Zamani.
Oh, and I always go over and like just start putting it into a little bag.
Kind of, it gets down real low at you. Like, the
Yeah.
kind of crunches down.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Gets like,
I pick it up. I give him a little wave.
kind of, yeah. Rock side to side when you wave.
Like a little stick bug.
She'll finish doing that. She'll smile at him, and she'll hand the bag
Zeph.
to Kelzer.
Yes.
She speaks deer.
She speaks deer.
Right.
Ah, well, that is not deer. That is we call it common.
Nope. Plain as day.
Deer.
Deer. 2 hoofs. Fur from the legs up. Body was
Somebody
shaved.
just-
Is Tuvu blind?
I'm assuming it's like
No,
a satyr.
Yeah, he's pretty much describing a satyr.
Mhm.
Yeah.
He's got dark
Yeah.
vision out of 60 feet and tremor sense. He's not blind.
Okay, cool. I was gonna say.
Pretty perceptive actually for a elemental.
Your
For a
friend
rock.
is the,
For a
your
rock,
friend is
yeah.
the best thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
So, Zeph, how did you meet your friend here? How did all this come about?
It
We
was
found an earth elemental.
it was a long time ago.
Right. I've never seen anyone with such a close connection to a creature like this.
Not very
Elemental
many
anything.
connections like this exist, as we have
Hmm.
come to find.
That's remarkable. Quite honestly.
Very impressive.
I'm glad that you have each other.
We are very glad as well.
What language is this all happening in?
Common.
Common.
Common
When-
that involves Amani.
Yeah, I was
gonna
being
say,
common.
when-
It's kind of
when-
like looking confusing.
Yeah.
It kind of looks up at you. Why are you speaking in deer?
It just something I picked up on the side.
I mean, if you would prefer, I can do Draconic, Elvish, or Infernal. But Primordial is kind of off the table, just saying. I just learned Elvish.
Mm-hmm. We can do other languages if you want, but I don't think it doesn't know other languages. Does Tuva?
Tuvu knows one language, and that would be primordial.
Got it.
Right.
Let's
right.
go.
So,
We're speaking rocks, boyos.
Actually, Tuvu would know. I guess it would be dependent
Primordial
on the
gang.
ruling and the wording, because it would be like Dez's decision. But in the book, it's mentioned that they understand one language that the partner knows or the companion knows as well.
Mhm.
Yeah, you can decide.
Okay. Oh no. Yeah, he definitely would not have chosen any of those though. It would have been Hugin. Hugin speech.
Well, fuck
Oh.
you.
Yeah, no, so, yeah, no. Speak to the birds.
Grumpy.
Oh no. Oh no, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Oh no.
we can speak in Sylvan, you said?
Elvish, Infernal, or Draconic.
I thought Draconic was only written because we got that from the
Oh, yeah.
I have
It
ruined
says-
stuff.
Doesn't matter.
Wow, all of my languages.
Is it
I have
Des? Is it
no
was only-
languages in common?
Your
It's-
Draconic
no.
is only written, yeah.
Okay.
Speak
Right,
for
right,
yourself.
I
I
will
speak fluent
edit.
Draconic.
Celestial, I can speak Celestial, but I think only Macestial can.
Anyway,
I don't even know
So-
if I can.
when are we planning on leaving to go to Avgard?
Tomorrow morning, I think we agreed on it. I have some
Looks like it.
business I wish to. Few people to speak with here.
Yes, that makes sense.
How easy is it to transport Tuvu through arcane means?
That's a very good question.
Because I think he might be too large for a circle. Just
How did you get
saying.
here?
Oh, you would have gotten
That's one
teleported,
problem.
the two of you,
Oh, okay.
and then made your way from Burton over.
I believe Tuvu does not like it because it says makes him feel very funny,
Okay.
being disconnected from
Right.
Crown for any moment.
As an elemental,
True.
that makes sense.
Indeed.
Don't cast fly on the earth element and
Is it-
it'll make sense.
Is it something that's possible though? Just because Avogard is quite far.
Yes.
I believe so.
Mhm.
Should be.
What would you like to
within
spend the
our
rest of the day
limitations.
doing then? I know Cal said that he had people he wanted to talk to. What about the rest of you guys? Any preparations you need to
Wait,
make?
is this where Sahiri is?
Yes.
Perfect. You guys can all
Romantic evening.
you can do whatever you want. I have a date. I will see you in the morning. Here.
Oh,
Okay.
The money, you know, those bottles of wine I bought for you. Can I please steal two
Uh-huh.
of them?
Fine.
Thank you. Gone.
I was just planning on, relaxing, enjoying time here.
Did
I
you
might
bring?
even summon.
Sorry, did you bring Kiana with us?
I think we basically brought her here and then
Raventeer is going
dropped her
to
to
teleport
yeah,
to Burton. with
yeah.
her.
dropped her
Okay.
at Burton sort of thing. I might actually summon a friend as well to help us along the journey. Not one as eloquent as Tuvu, but something to make the journey a bit easier, maybe.
Tuvu
I'd
can
like to.
carry much gear.
That's a good thing. I would like to have a chat with Tilzer if he's free, but other than that, I'm good.
As people start making plans for their day,
Mhm.
Tuvu kind of looks down at Yuzef. Do you want to play fetch?
I missed
Would-
fetch.
Would
Best
you
fetch.
enjoy?
I can
fetch?
I can throw you and you can come back.
Oh. Perhaps.
I think I can
It'd be
clear the
good
wall.
practice.
I think I can. As you look over, there's like a 20-foot tall wall. Just kind of.
I think we could clear that wall.
Do you maybe want to play a little? I don't mind.
Do you want to build a snowman?
It will be very good practice.
So he kind of puts out the hand expectantly.
And Zeph will crawl onto the hand and get into like a ready position.
So as all of you begin to start making your way out, you look back and you just hear this of like the stone hitting and just, and you see Zeph is just flung over the fucking castle wall.
Oh, it's
He's
like
got
so
no
was never
wings.
separated.
He's got no wings. How is he going to land?
I don't know. I
Should I
assume-
go heal?
Well, let's see
I
what
mean, you're the
happens.
only one who can.
Let's see.
They seem all right with it.
5 times.
Yeah, that's.
You said
5
it's 20
times your
foot
proficiency
high.
bonus.
Yeah, it's 20 foot high, but how far away from the wall were we?
Maybe like 10 foot. So you go max distance. So
Oh,
you don't
perfect, that'll be
worry
fine.
about diagonal. So you can clear it easily. You got 30-foot distance.
Mhm.
You get 30 foot in a diagonal
Oh.
arc just across.
Oh, he's
Okay.
over the wall.
We
Fuck.
clear.
Merc
I'm
starts
assuming we
trolling.
clear the wall.
Yeah. Roll me a deck save.
What's on the other side of the wall?
Thankfully, grassland.
Okay, yeah, this should be pretty easy.
Merc starts running just in case.
I've rolled a 13.
I don't think you hit the DC.
No, I didn't. The DC is 15.
Deck saving throw, right?
Dex saving throw.
Oh, buddy. You're going to take 3d6 fall damage.
Yep.
Oh, that looks like a bad land.
16 fall damage.
Smirk's running.
You just hear like
So, as all of you look over, you see Zeph, beautiful, like, tucked into a ball. And Donnie and Merc, you kind of stop and you're like, beautiful form. Untuck. 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 Oh! And you just...
How far
Guys,
was
we're
the
like-
fling? What's the max distance of it?
30 feet.
Okay, cool.
Did you
I
just
was
have
just
to
like
go
up in his
around the
office
wall?
somewhere and just sees through the window, just Zeph just fly past.
And you look and you're like, untuck. Untuck. Oh!
Oh,
Zeph was going for
Yeah,
the superhero landing. It just did not work out. And instead,
Yeah,
just
all
all
like,
right,
burning.
because you're probably healing.
He rolled his wrist
Yeah.
instead of his ankle.
Oh.
so
He doesn't even have a wrist.
damage. Should I note this
I-
damage down? Will this be?
No, you probably
negate
did.
it because
Okay.
Merc instantly lays on hands for 16 to heal you back up. Merc just snaps
Thank
your
you.
wrist back into place. There you go.
Very ow appreciated.
Hey, Turvo, before I go, can I have a go?
Oh, this will be fun.
I don't normally throw other people than Zeph.
I promise you I'll go further.
Can we wait for Zeph to be back?
Sure, yeah. I'm asking permission.
You know, so he kind of just
You can
starts
wait
like
for Zeph.
vibrating in
Zeph is-
place, and you see he's like slowly sinking. He just waits till he's about waist deep, and then he just kind of like you see his arms just like fold neatly. Just he's still like
Just
10
looks at
foot
a pile of
tall.
rocks now.
Yeah.
Does he destroy the grass when he does that?
No, Earthglide, he doesn't disrupt the terrain.
Oh, okay. Very cool.
And like Zeph is running over,
Limping.
like, running over. Yeah, limping and like running over. It's like, and that is why we practice.
Are you okay?
Hey, Zephyros,
Yes.
can I have a go? Can you permit him throwing me? Or
Would not
look
advise,
at
but
No,
It
I'm
would be
fine.
entertaining.
there may
Donnie's
be.
really good at landing.
Zeph
I'm
believes there
also-
may be situation where, Tuvu may have to work with not Zeph. And he's looking over at Tuvu specifically.
He's kind of like. It's like again. It's weird. There's no face on the top boulder that is the head, and he kind of just like looks away. He's like, "I'm not looking." It's like,
Very good for development, friend. I don't see why not.
well, it is Tuvu's it is Tuvu's call, of course. I don't mean to intrude or put him out of sorts at all, but
so
I can
so
assure you it'll be the largest throw he's ever done.
Donovan, can you, since Zeph has given the clear, make a persuasion check to see if you can convince Tuva to throw you?
Fucking oath I can.
Well,
+9. Yep, that is a 14 on the dice plus 9, so 20 something.
So technically, the
23.
rules are the
Maths.
elemental can throw their
Yeah.
caregiver up to 5 feet times proficiency bonus,
Mhm.
including any direction. The little addendum is if the caregiver would normally take damage from the fall, it can be negated with a dex saving throw. Since those rules are stupid, I'm going to ignore them. But
Okay.
I'm going to make it so the caregiver's bonus is the chance to remove the fall damage.
Okay. Tuvu, that was a little bit of a top spin on that one. Let's.
I thought you'd bounce backwards if I spin backwards.
Well, it's easier to calculate when it is a little bit more straight. So
I'll
no top spin.
Hand the wine bottles back to Zamani.
Are you sure?
I'm
Said I'll
coming
say
back
yes
for
again.
them. Yeah, yes, I know.
All right, Lordy, okay, calm
the
down.
sound of
No top spin, but make sure we clear the wall. I do not want to be scraping new friend off of top of
Oh, I
wall.
but promise you, height over distance.
Okay.
You want height? I can do height.
the sound of the rocks rubbing against each other make a sound like yeet.
kind of you see him like sliding up out of the ground again. He picks Donovan up. It's much less grateful. Like there's not that palm out. He kind of just like palms Donnie like a doll and just picks him up.
Easy.
And
Easy.
he becomes like
no.
he like stretches full height, like 20 foot tall. So like I'm just trying to think with Tuva's height, full arm outstretched. Let's say he can get like 25-foot reach, and he's just gonna tilt like the boulder fully back, and he's just gonna up.
Also,
30
his,
feet.
Like, joints. His joints are just boulders, so it's
Yeah,
like just
so he
a
literally just-
rotational trebuchet. Just
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
at peak height, I'm going to cast Thunderstep, and I'm going to get as high as I can. And as soon as I get the peak of Thunderstep, I'll Flash Step to get as high as I can.
What's the distance on both of them?
I'll tell you in a minute. Flash Step is 30 feet,
Okay.
and
Oh, no.
Thunderstep is 90 feet.
So you're about 55 feet up with the throw, plus 30, 85, plus 90 is 175.
We go to space, boy.
You fall 500 feet a turn.
The last time anyone was up this high, it was me, and I died on a mountain as a dragon.
You were
splat me
more than
over.
180 foot up. You were like 400 foot up.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So DM, as while I'm up here, I would like to take the opportunity to get a lay of the land because I've been to Ariel Keep on the ground, but now that I can see it from a new distance, I'd like to see if I can see Burton. If I can see, I would like to like get a lay of the land. I'd like to understand
Like
the lay of
skydive.
the temple, like the Ariel Keep and like the surrounding areas around it,
Okay.
just to get
It's
a good
predominantly
picture of it.
forest to the south and north. To the let me look at my map. To the east is ocean, to the northeast is forest, to the southwest is forest. To direct north, you can see the makings of a road towards a village, but you're talking Ariel Keep's like closest settlement is a couple miles. Like you're talking maybe 34 miles, and Burton is maybe a couple hundred miles. So you definitely can't see anything.
That's cool. I just wanted to get a new perspective on where I was and where I am.
You see like wall, and you see like
And,
small caravans even at this time of day making their way towards Ariel though.
They're all looking up as they hear.
Yeah, they hear.
How do you
but
negate fall
Break
damage?
the
as-
sound barrier.
How do I negate fall damage?
Hmm.
I use Flash Step to get up, and I will Thunder Step, and I will negate it by mitigating my vertical speed to horizontal speed.
Nice. So as the next turn hits,
That's how we
you
did it.
begin
That's how we
falling.
did it with Zelly. Yeah.
Look, if you're willing to waste
Okay.
resources, I'll allow it.
I
Yeah.
was just looking at him on the way down. I was like, catch him.
No.
Don't,
It's
don't
alright.
worry about
It's
it, Zeph.
okay.
Donovan.
It's alright too. Don't worry.
Donnie's
Another
reckless,
thunder
but he's not
crack.
stupid.
Crack. And so a crack of the Thunder Step as I get closer, and then the lightning as I teleport down onto the ground.
Like I
Awesome.
said, he's really good at landing.
He's
Was it 3-point landing or?
And then I walk the 200 feet back into the keep.
Yeah, he needs to work on the return.
Yeah.
And
Good
coming
for you,
back
off.
from it.
Fucking cool.
Steph just
Welcome
leans
back.
over
Don't
to
teach
Boo.
him
It's just
swear
like,
words.
did you do that,
All me.
or was that them?
All him.
Donnie,
I
don't
told-
teach Tubu swear words, please.
You don't know what Tuvu knows.
Swear words were the first words I learned in Primordial.
Okay,
That
yeah,
was
sure.
swear words in Primordial.
Oh yeah.
I'm not allowed to say
We're
them.
going to have a lot.
Zeph's, yeah.
We're going to have a lot
Mind
of fun.
blown.
Zeph.
Everyone who knows Primordial knows all of the swords except for Zeph.
It's just-
It's just that tubers refuse to teach them.
Primordial
Don't
is
tell-
not Zeph's second or third or fourth language, so
This is going to be awesome. That was a great throw. I got some real height out of that.
I'm very good.
Yeah.
You are. That was a hell of a throw.
There's
Did
a
you know you've
bit
got
of, like-
caravans coming in?
Some
Time to turn.
deer are on their way.
Caravans on the main road.
Yeah.
I could see
Oh.
them from
It happens pretty regularly now.
Oh, good.
Settlement's getting bigger. Makes sense. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go.
Grab the wine.
She's like, you see, she's like, well, but damn it.
Thank you.
You're
a
welcome.
pleasure, Tuvu. This one again. Real good. I think we can beat the height.
If you need anything, feel free to let us know. I'm gonna go chat with Kelsey for a little while, but if you
Excellent. Which one of you are best tracking group?
Yes.
I think
Probably some
probably would that be based on
I
survival?
don't have survival.
That would be survival.
Yeah, I think
That's
it
wisdom.
might be me.
Yeah, because
I
you're the
think-
wise bitch.
I am not skilled in it at all, but just naturally. I mean,
Your
I've got a
basic
plus
wisdom
5,
is-
not proficient. Yeah.
Just to review, lay of land between here and mine.
Okay.
You two have
not,
fun.
Not mine.
Sure.
Meanwhile, Donovan's got a hot date lined up.
Nah, she
Yeah,
can
we
wait.
can-
It's fine.
Damn.
It's all her idea.
Yeah,
But
I'll just
can-
Zeph will just spend some time like sharing information just in case that people get separated, and that's about it.
Okay, so
Yeah. no,
you grab
awesome.
Marques's attention and give the lay of the land around. I assume your meaning is Gromathir's lair kind of region?
Yes, Gromathir's lair.
Okay. So given like the general rundown of like the location, it's pretty well hidden amidst like rocks and kind of towards the more mountainous part of the northern regions of Arvgard, where forest kind of meets mountain on the north. It sounds, I guess, for what like you're by now used to tracker lingo, like trying to like talk about like
Yeah.
measurements of like geography. It's just like, yes, it's about there.
I think I have it. Maybe. Hopefully, it won't come to me having to track, but
Apologies. Not very easy to speak or translate from Hugan.
That's okay. That's all right. I think I got it. Yeah.
How long has group been together?
Quite a while, but also not really that long. Like, it's been, what is it, like 6 months?
A little over now, maybe like 7.
Yeah. Myself, Cal, and Zamani have known each other for about 7 months. Donovan, maybe, a month or 2 since we've first interacted with him. But yeah, no, he's meshed in with the group really well. We met through strenuous circumstances, myself, Cal, and Zamani.
Indeed, I see.
Yeah.
But you trust one another.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we've been literally together for the entire 7 months. It hasn't been like other groups where it's, on and off sort of thing. It's pretty much every single day we are together, which means we've gotten very close. They are very good people.
I see.
Mm.
Then it will be an honor to work with such great friends of Kazir.
Well, from what I've seen so far, it will be an honor to work alongside you as well. You seem like an interesting person to know, which we seem to be collecting interesting people.
Interesting in what way?
I mean, I've never met anyone that's befriended an Earth Elemental. So therefore, you must be something special.
I believe the phrase they use is touche.
Yeah. I think so. I think it's Elvish or something. I don't know. Yeah. Actually, while we're here, I might as well summon my friend. And yeah, over the next 10 minutes while we're chatting, Merc will summon Greater Steed.
Is this the first time Merc's cast summon Greater Steed?
Yeah, we did a rush job of it when we were leaving Crosspost, I think.
Yep.
What does your
But
steed
this is
look
the
like?
first time. Well, this is the first time Merc summoned it as a Nemivana paladin. You know how during the day you can still see some stars sometimes, like getting towards evening when the first stars sort of come out. You just see almost like a perspective shift in the sky in front of Merc as a Pegasus made out of spun starlight sort of just like materializes out of the sky and swoops down towards her.
This is your friend.
Yeah, I haven't quite figured out a name yet for this friend, but they are. I mean, they look pretty cool. They're a gift from Nemivana.
Zeph
Very
would
cool.
like to go over and just bow slightly and what are you called, friend?
It stares at you. Not blank. It definitely takes in what you said. It understands what you say. Doesn't respond.
Have must they give you a name?
Kind of just.
I see. Can I tell, like, this is
Roll me a
Doesn't look
nature check.
a nature check?
Or religion, if you'd prefer, but I think you're going to want nature.
And Des, I am choosing this to be a
They're the-
celestial type.
They're the same for me, so that is a 22.
22. You know of Pegasus is Pegasi. They understand language, they just don't have the ability to speak. They're quite intelligent creatures for what they are.
Right, I'm just double checking my no, it doesn't give me the ability. Okay.
Yeah, it's only the second time I've summoned a version of them, but they yeah, they will probably be a bit quicker than be on foot.
Well, it is an honor to meet another friend. Especially one from such a magnificent place.
Yeah, very true. And yeah, just while the evening away, just chatting with Zeph and getting to know this new Pegasus friend.
If I remember correctly, Pegasi are the ones who have wings, right?
Yes.
Yeah, wing toss.
Yeah, there's a little bit of analysis going on there.
So that's happening. Donnie, what are you doing?
Donnie is going to go and see if Sahiri is around.
You go to kind of around RIL. She's not easily found. She is up in up on the battlements. She's been whispering something to like a small bird that she lets go as you get close.
I'll come and lean up on the battlements next to her.
For a Rahashir, you're exceptionally noisy.
I'm not built for stealth. There are others for that.
Hello, Donovan.
Sahiri? You look bored.
Work doesn't become me. Do
No.
pray tell, did you just teleport back into the keep, and the first thing you're doing is coming to see me?
Oh no, I got thrown by an earth elemental first.
Well, I saw that.
I needed to find some sort of story to tell you.
So you seek to impress me?
Of course I do.
I'm not surprised.
I thought I should step up my efforts, considering my previous performance.
I mean, your
The-
previous
the
performance
5
was
minutes.
adequate.
Yes, well, it tends to improve on adequate, and I do not have the time limit that I was constrained on last time. So I was hoping, and forgive me for being forward. Could I buy you a drink?
Make a persuasion check.
$24.
24. You're very eager. I appreciate that.
Pull out a bottle of the wine. I already bought it.
Well, I'm not a woman who wastes, so we may at least open it and see where the night takes us.
I don't have cups. I probably should have grabbed them on the way.
As you say that, she kind of just lays at her hand, like flat, and you see this gold tray just forms, and 2 beautiful chalices just form up out of it.
You are an impressive woman.
I'm good with my hands.
Oh, I know. I pour the wine. Fade to black.
Fade to black. As the glasses clink.
Just drinking on the battlements of Ariel
just
Keep,
drinking.
overlooking the... Yeah, drinking. And other things that have faded to black.
As your night unfolds, Zeph, as you're standing there with Mercastia for a while, you see 2 of it just go. I can feel tremors. Yeah. They're small.
What direction?
They're adequate.
So as that's happening, Zamani, what are you doing?
I'm gonna go chat with Kelsier about the kids all getting all squishily. And bring up
The technical
Finn.
term.
Yeah. And bring up Finn's now all of a sudden a pretty big issue with the realm of sleepless dreams.
Okay, you find Kalzir. He's easy enough to find. He's gone straight back to school. It's getting quite the hustle and bustle to it. There's a lot of like stuff that he's kind of going to. He's got like paperwork he's handing out to various people as he's like, you kind of walking towards him, and he looks at you and he just goes, there's like an innate like twitch to the eyes he sees. He's like, oh no, there's more work coming.
Hi. I'm sorry.
You have that look about you. What's
So
wrong?
do you.
Well, I'm running a school.
You are. Are you enjoying it?
I am enjoying it, but it's a lot of work.
I'm glad. I'm sorry. If you need to hire on any more people, just let us know.
Oh,
We'd be happy.
I'm doing well. It's a lot of plates spinning, but it's well. It's well. Not in the house is being constructed. It's all going about.
I'm glad.
What can I do for you, Zamani?
I just wanted to chat with you about the kids. They're all split up now, like I mentioned before.
How did that happen?
A long story, but apparently the magic in them was too much for one body, and it was potentially in the process of burning them out.
It was.
Apparently, unless I was lied to, but I have no way of knowing them for the others, and I didn't really have the luxury of time to get to see.
Nothing I had seen had suggested that.
Good to know.
It's not entirely impossible. I hadn't really assessed them
Yeah.
that well, but
No, it's okay.
they didn't seem
it's
upon
just-
imminent threat in my eyes. But
It's what I was told.
All right.
But now they're all split up, and with their innate abilities, I'm concerned about Finn.
That makes sense.
Right now, the short-term solution has been that I just dream with him every night to keep him from wandering past where he should be. I've thought about bringing some of the others in, just so that it's fun and so he doesn't feel alienated or anything. I was wondering if you would know of any better solutions for keeping him from wandering too far. I'm worried that he's too young to be able to really get it, what he should and shouldn't do, and be able to keep that in his mind.
It's interesting. The dream solution is, I suppose it works, but I can't imagine it's very good for a child's development to be present and not sleeping the entire time. If that makes sense.
No, I do. To be fair, they've only been back one night. It's just
That's fair.
we don't want to open any portals like what happened with his parents before.
I'm not an expert on the land of sleepless dreams. I wish I were. This would be much
Do
easier.
you know anybody who would be?
One, but you're not going to like the answer.
What's the answer?
Arthas was quite involved with them by what you've said.
Yes, but I think it would be worse for their development to have to deal with Arthas again.
No, that's not an option. It's just where my brain went to immediately.
No, you're fine.
This child is danger to themselves in their own sleep. That's a very difficult.
I wonder if our resident half-elf from Marvgrad might know something.
Well, I think if there's anyone with curious knowledge about mysteries and what should not happen, I think Rhea is perhaps someone to look into.
You can go bother her if you like. I don't want to take too much of your time.
It's up to you. I can deal with it if you need me to, but it is up to you.
I'm going to ask her so I don't put another thing on your plate, but if you can continue to think about it, I don't come back with the solution. Then we'll just keep doing the dreaming for as long as we have to.
All right. Dream. I suppose my issue is dream. It's not fixing the problem. It's just delaying.
It's a band-aid. Yeah.
Yes.
Hopefully we don't have to delay until he's old enough to understand, to keep that in the front of his mind.
From what I know, Finn is only about 7 years old. That's going to be quite some time.
I know.
I'll think on it. I will.
I'll go ask
haven't
Rhea.
the foggiest where to start, but I will.
It's
look
okay.
into it.
Don't worry. I'll go ask Rhea.
You find your retainer kind of wandering around the castle. It's kind of weird. She's walking, and the feet are going down, but she's kind of like she's walking on a treadmill. She's just going faster than what her feet are meant to be taking her at.
Yeah.
Just,
Rhea, hi.
it just doesn't like, you know when you call like the wrong name to someone and they just don't. It doesn't recognize in their head.
Zamaya's gonna approach her and be like, Rhea, hi.
To get her attention, you're going to have to like.
She's like, Zamaya's like literally like walking like right beside her, like, hi.
Hello.
Did you forget your name again?
Nope, not in the slightest.
I called you 3 times.
Deep in thought.
I have a bit of an issue and I was wondering if you could help me with it.
If it's within the means of an elf from Avigard to help you, I certainly can.
True. You know the kids? Billy and Ilrin and everybody?
Sorry, my cat's actually just throwing himself at the door.
Oh no. Is it Big Country or Ronald Weasley?
It's Wheezy. It's the Wheezy.
It's Wheezy.
It's Wheezy.
We have
Yeah, if you
hoodies
guys could
hanging
tell,
up on the
but I
door,
was-
and when he doesn't get attention, he likes to throw himself at the door and see if he can just cling on to get tall.
Got it.
I had to keep
Aw.
like throwing my cat off of my lap because she was getting antsy.
Mm.
Oh.
It's
He's-
funny that that's the second time this session that's happened.
Mm.
So, yeah, You know, my kids.
Yes, Yes, all of them. All
Well, 12.
12 of them.
Yes. Well, they're now all split up and back to being normal humanoid creatures as kids are supposed to be.
Great things, normal humanoids. 2 legs, 2 hands, 2 arms.
Yes.
The lot of it.
Well, one of them, Finn, has this innate ability to be able to see and tear through the boundaries of normal dreams in the land of shapeless dreams.
Ah,
And
yes. Normal growing pains for a boy that age.
It is for him specifically. And in the past, it caused him to lose his parents. So we're trying to avoid that. Right now, the only solution we have is that I dream with him every night to keep him within the confines of a dream as he should be, instead of wandering out where he shouldn't into dangerous lands. Do you know of anything that might help us keep him from doing that? Since you are quite a skilled mage, being from Arvagrad.
Only the best trained mages in Arvagrad.
He knows that he shouldn't, but he's still very young. He doesn't always think before doing things.
It's odd. Normally one would think before doing something or anything.
But he's just a kid.
Well, perhaps Stan talking to you could help.
We've talked to him before, but I'm just worried, you know? I'm sorry.
Why would you do it? What's the matter,
Yeah.
Zamani?
I'm worried that he's going to rip through the realm of sleepless dreams and put him or others in danger by accident when he's sleeping. And I was
Yep.
wondering if you might know of anything to help with that, because I personally don't have any understanding really of dream magic or that
Dream-
plane at all.
The land of sleepless dreams is a tricky one to deal with. Odd fellows there, sort of. Menace.
You're a menace, though.
Just cat things.
He went for the dice, straight for it, couldn't handle it. They were too tempting on the desk.
You're so shiny.
Well, sleepless dreams is difficult. What if you asked him not to dream? Just not have dreams any longer.
Mortals have to have dreams. When they go to sleep, that's just the natural thing that happens.
Simple, don't sleep.
Mortals have to sleep.
Not elves.
He's not an elf.
Have you asked him to be?
You can't change like that.
I believe there's a spell that says otherwise. We kill the
There's
child,
a-
we reincarnate him.
No.
First idea is always a poor one. It'll come to you.
If you don't know of anything that could help, that's okay as well. Or if you're not able to help, I do understand. I just thought I would ask you.
This is within the confines of something I can get my grubby little paws into. Hands. Grubby little hands into.
I wasn't going to say anything.
The elven word for hands is very similar to grubby.
As Maya then
Pause.
says the elven word for
It's
hand.
not. It's not. Not in
Yeah.
the slightest.
Yeah.
Well,
If you need time as well, that's okay.
no, we had this conversation a few weeks prior.
What?
But?
We had a conversation a few weeks prior about what?
Don't be
Do I
ridiculous.
do
We're
I know what
talking
she's
right
talking?
now.
Do I know what she's talking about?
No.
Okay.
Sure. Look over there.
Zvani very obviously like knowing the thing looks over there.
Yeah, you hear like tension and like something snapping, like crystal. Tick.
Ow. Oh my god. I don't see anything.
Oh, it's all right. It's floating this way. It's all good. As you see, she's like this, like beautiful, long, kind of almost cylindrical, crystalline topaz structure.
Are you okay?
Of course, I pulled this out of one of my pockets.
No, I definitely like is giving her the like, are you actually okay look?
She doesn't clock it. You see, she just like kind of pulls towards herself. And it's odd because she's pulling towards herself, but you see as she pulls towards herself, magic kind of pours out of her hand into the crystal.
Mm-hmm.
Put this on a chain, put it around his neck or wrist. Bracelets are very in this time of year in Novigrad. Should help. The bigger issues. Small side effect. He'll never grow taller than 4 foot.
How is that a side effect? Like if he like for the duration that he's wearing it, and then if he stops wearing it, he'll grow normal, or like
Just tell he's 7 years old. Don't tell him to have a growth spurt until he's 9.
if he stops wearing the necklace, will he go back to growing?
Yes.
Okay, it's just while he's wearing the necklace, he won't grow.
Yes.
But height way, he'll still mature.
Yes.
Okay. It's a trade-off, but it's
No, he'll be done with it before he's 4 foot.
That's fair. Thank you
For what?
10-foot 9-year-old.
for helping me. You didn't have to.
I did nothing of the
You-
kind.
What do you mean?
Enjoy your evening,
doing-
Zamani. She kind of just walks that kind of elevated speed.
Yeah. Make the legs go a little faster to look more believable.
She just goes, the legs start going a little faster.
Does
But
it
she
match up
loses
better
all
now?
head bubble.
Oh, head bubble. She'll get it eventually. Okay.
It's like walking on those travelators at an airport.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As that's happening, Calicinda, what are you doing?
Calicindia was going to meet. Is Ruventia still around?
He would have teleported you there, and then he would have brought Kiana's body back to Burton, so he would be out of teleporting. Because he would have teleport world below to Ariel
Right.
to Burton.
Okay.
So no. No, he's
So
not.
no. Okay. So it would just be.
When you have a
okay,
teleportation
that's all right.
circle, yeah, easily, much easier. But right now he's exacerbating
Yeah.
teleports.
Yeah, that's fair enough. First thing Calicinda's going to do is open up his book. Oh no, no, I don't. He doesn't. Shit. I don't have. He doesn't have his sister's name in there. Damn it. Actually, did I get it? I don't think it's in the list. Let me just double check.
If it's in
Let me
the
double
list, you
check the
have it.
list.
If it's not in the list, you don't.
Yeah, I'm just double checking. No, not that I can see. Okay, that ends that plan. Never mind. So he would just meet with Vocatil in that case.
Easy enough to do so. You find her strewing around the corridors, busybodying her day away.
Vocatil, I hope everything's been proceeding well here.
Prince Calicinda, what can I do for you?
I was hoping if I could have a moment of your time just to discuss some recent goings on. Some changes, perhaps, that might be occurring around.
What may I do for you?
Right, I imagine we go to some sort of like private room, office area. Right, so have you heard any recent news from the world below?
Not much.
Right. Then I suppose what I'm about to tell you comes in a sense of privacy to it. What is said here shall not leave this room.
Everything you say to me, I keep with strict confidence, my liege.
Right. Perfect. Because Cal is paranoid,
Can you see
Sorry.
shapeshifters without activating it? Is it an automatic thing?
it's just automatic, it's always up.
Good.
Yeah, but because Cal is paranoid, can he just almost be like just scanning Vocatil in front of him just to be like, is this the real person? Is this
I mean,
actually
if
Vocatil here?
shapeshifter
Does everything
changed
seem
it.
to it? What's that, sir?
There's no shapeshifter change to it.
There's no shapeshifter. Does she seem to be controlled at all, or anything else?
Roll me an insight.
What's my insight? Okay, that's a 14.
I mean, it seems same old Vocatel.
Right. You remember the last message that I sent you 2 days ago? Right. I told you to be on alert.
I have been.
Right. Have you had anyone of the mentioned groups enter into town?
No, Melly, has been sparsely a few days since you said that.
Right. Perfect. Perfect. I just want you to be on alert, as there may be some members of the Inquisition passing through onto the surface, operating on new orders. You want to let them proceed as intended, put them up if needed, give them whatever they require. But
Sure.
there will be a bit more of perhaps a few more stars activated here on the surface. But if you can, try to at least keep Ariel acting as normal, as best as you can. No matter what you may hear, no matter what they may tell you, just everything proceeding as normal.
All right. I shan't press you, Melly. Whatever
Perfect.
you command.
Perfect. Right. Do you know how the situation in the capital is proceeding with Everett's return?
To my knowledge, it was all going well.
Right. That's good. That's good.
Is there a change I need to be made aware of?
No, I was curious with the very close call on Everett's life.
It is not being framed that way. It is just saying it was a longer trial.
Of course.
They are not saying anything to do with him being in more danger, just merely that it took longer.
Right. They did act in quite a hurry, though. I was just hoping that everything was still still proceeding well. That's
Coronation
good.
could have been performed by his brother without the burial of the King Fist, so based on their own customs, they locked themselves into quite the predicament.
That they did. Mm. Good. Glad to hear it's been bypassed at the very least. Right. Have you received Korseth Cedra is meaning to send a young Viola this way? Has she entered into Ariel yet?
She has not. I am told recently that she has, well, landed in Burton this morning.
Right. Okay. Perfect. Thank you, Vocatil.
You're welcome. Is anything the matter?
No, what isn't always, Vocatil, in this day and age that we live in, with everything going on?
Well, more
There is
matter
always something
than
that is the
usual.
matter. Yes. But you shall hear about it. I expect that you'll be receiving somewhat new instructions from my mother soon enough, or rather, her chosen delegates.
All right. Well, I will update you. And you know she picks these words very carefully. When I receive new instruction from the world below.
Alison is just going to look at her for a second. What does he know? He's spoken with her house. Her house is...
Your father's house.
Yeah, Tarandon.
Mhm.
Does Calisine notice anything off anything about what she wears, any symbols, anything about her?
What's your
That
insight
just
modifier?
seems, insight modifier or my
Modifier.
passive?
Your modifier.
Right, let me have a look. It is 0.
Oh, seems pretty standard.
Okay.
Pretty shrewd type.
Let me just double check something here, Des. Where's my shard information? Okay, no, that's not insight. That's just proficient. That's investigation and perception. God damn it. Cool. I have no way of boosting my insight. Actually, no. I can gain expertise and insight. There's, for just 2 shards, for just 2 green stars.
Yeah.
That flicker into Calacindia's eyes.
Okay. Roll me an insight check.
Let's have a look here. Have a look here.
What you got there, Des?
What
I haven't
is
seen
it?
that before.
No, I'm just having a look. What is my what is it? Expertise? What would it be at now? Okay. So with expertise, that's proficiency plus.
So it gives you proficiency if you're not already proficient, and double your proficiency if you are proficient. So if you're not proficient,
that's not bad. That's 23 in that case.
23. I mean, it still seems like the same Vogue, so she just seems to be choosing her words extremely carefully around that sentiment.
Okay.
Nothing else about her seems off. It just seems to be that she not hesitated, but honed in on a specific phrase to use.
Yeah. Just the whole phrasing of orders from the world below. That's not.
You're like, she takes
Yeah,
orders
well,
from me,
good.
goddammit, no one else.
Well, the fact it wasn't even like, oh wait, orders from your mother. It was
Mm.
orders from the world below. That's curious wording to use.
Yeah.
Right. Well, thank you, Bogadil, for your continued excellent service here.
It is always and will always be my pleasure, my prince. It is an honor to
Thank you.
serve.
Thank you.
So, you make your way out. Or she makes her way out. As you stare intently at the door she closed behind her, pondering, is something wrong? Is something going to happen? Is she in the pocket of the Inquisition? Is she loyal? Where does her loyalties truly lie? That's where we're going to today's session. Thank you so much for everyone who hung
Let's
out.
go.
Thank you so much to our lovely, lovely guest who's going to be with us for the next few weeks. Viddy, thank you so much for joining us, hanging out.
I'm so excited. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it took a little bit to get you
No.
today. I do apologize.
Just a little bit.
We're
Is it-
excited to have you, man.
Yeah.
It's been
He's
so much
so
fun
good.
already.
Look,
I
it's all right.
cannot wait.
Next time you can hit them with delaying their scene by a few hours.
True.
Yeah, let's start in-depth backstory scene next week. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But look, we're gonna
I
go back to
have-
Arborground, and you can go to the
Isn't-
Humming Cloaks headquarters, and
Yeah. Isn't session 73 just Zeph's like origin story, or just all backstory?
it's actually all a
just playing
flashback.
out
Just
backstory?
it'll be me
Yeah, it's
and
all
Viddy, just the
flashback.
only two cameras.
Yep.
Yeah.
basically.
But yeah, thanks so much. We're going to be live again tomorrow for some D&D Academy, Wednesday for some Baldur's Gate, and Thursday again for more D&D Academy. Jam-packed full this week of fun and flavor. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you guys.